that as human beings, we all want to belong. And so do we. I mean, there's no difference. Men, women, people with disabilities, abilities, whatever be your intersectionality. Don't project one part of it like disability, but include us as a basic norm of the game. That should become the center of our culture, is how I'll put it in a conclusive way.
Thank you so much. I guess we had challenges in the morning. I was also feeling a little bad about how the entire thing came up, but I guess we had a very wonderful discussion. So if I put it in just one liner from what I heard from Dr. Anantalakshmi and Jolie Joseph and Mr. Anish Kumar, is that if we have the right skills developed through right resources, accessibility, that includes policy frameworks, legal frameworks, technological updation, and all of that. So skill building becomes a very big important aspect, and also setting up a mindset where there is no so much of overprotection, there is no so much of helping the person to challenge themselves becomes very important a factor in the growth and development. So largely, I think it just came to my mind that, put in your x-axis as the skill development part and your y-axis is challenges. As the challenges increases and as the skills also equally increase, there is a lot of game changers that we're going to see. And I think with disability as a sector or disability as a field would be one of those field wherein uh, the challenges are automatically there, and how challenges are overcome and how skill development can be done by producing a lot of resources as a state or as a country would make a meaningful difference for the entire people with disabilities. And see, largely that would become a voice for others as well to grow and develop. And I think that's how I would put it up if it is in a one liner. And thank you so much that uh, I think we did a good job, and thank you so much for the organizers too, and Dr. Ananta Lakshmi and Mr. Jody Joseph and Mr. Anish Kumar. Thank you for this opportunity to be there in this discussion, and I thank you the organizers. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Looking forward to meet you at some other venue with more discussions. Thank you.
So once again, on behalf of everyone present here, we would like to take this opportunity to thankful for this wonderful inspirational section. Thank you so much, ma'am. And as a symbol of our proud thanks, we would like to take this moment to express a memento to our speakers. And to do this honors, may I please call upon Dr. Manoj A.S. to come forward and present a token of appreciation to our estimated speakers. We would like to welcome Dr. Manoj A.S., the Head Learning and Development KDISC. So once again, we would like to express our sincere thanks to this wonderful occasion. And thank you so much. Our first section is over. Once again, everyone welcome into Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025. So all right, ladies and gentlemen, our next section is about to begin. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. So we are just moving to a second section. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are just ready to begin our second section, focusing on goals on entrepreneurs. And we have the speakers Nawaz Miran, the chairman and the group Miran. And we also have the section moderator Sudeep Nair, the CD of KDISC, kindly requesting. And it's our immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Nawaz Miran, the chairman of Group Miran. I need a big round of applause. And also, with all love and respect, we would like to welcome our section moderator, Sudeep Nair, CD KDISC.
Hello, audible? Let's start the session. I think we are behind schedule. So Nawaz Miran sir needs no introduction, no formal introduction. And let's quickly get on to the question round, sir. Um, Nawaz sir has built a traditional family-run business, scaled it up to a global enterprise, global brand. Everyone knows about the brand, Eastern Group. I would like to start the session by asking Nawaz sir a question. What were the challenges, the most challenging things that he faced during this transition?
No, thank you once again for inviting me here. Uh, for me, I was a second generation entrepreneur. I came with I was lucky enough to be with my dad for close to 30 years. So, um, you know, entrepreneurship is something what you say, you have to be very tactful. You have to have the courage and patience to align with your first generation. First generation would have they would have tasted success basically uh, by doing certain xyz aspects, and they expect us to follow the same suit. But if you do that, then what happens is then your organization probably might you probably may not grow to the level which you anticipate. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ you have to have ഒരു mindset of aligning with the first generation, bringing in, trying to incorporate things that actually takes the organization to the next level or make it future ready. That process was a bit, I mean, my dad was always supportive, but as organization, അതിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. But one of the thing to relate to today's subject, നമ്മളുടെ കൂടെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ സ്കിൽസ് അപ്ഗ്രേഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിലാണ് നമ്മളുടെ സക്സസ്. നമ്മളുടെ കൂടെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് നമുക്ക് എപ്പോഴും പുറത്തുനിന്ന് laterally we will be able to bring people in, but that will not create a motivating environment within the organization. So if you want to create a motivating ecosystem within the organization, You need to help people within the organization to get to next level. നമ്മളുടെ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന പല ആൾക്കാർക്കും കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ അറിയില്ലായിരുന്നു കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ വന്ന സമയത്ത്. But then over a period of time, now they make presentations. Luckily, today making presentation and all is not a big thing because technology has actually helped people achieve that. So it's ഒരു inclusive ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു growth plan if you have, that is the one thing which create institutions. Otherwise, it's just a business house.
So another question, coming back to our perspective, the discussion today, in today's environment, what is the most important skill sets that you would look for to, if you were to hire a new entrant or even an experienced candidate?
ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു നോൺ നെഗോഷ്യബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് if the person is not digitally literate, he probably might have enough of degrees, enough of qualification, but if he is not digitally literate, then we will not take people. So what we need to do is, right from the schools, we will have to start inculcating that access to digital technologies and digital processes need to be there right from the schools, because നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങളിലും digital intervention is so important. Not just that, it actually improves the productivity. അപ്പോൾ പ്രൊഡക്ടിവിറ്റിയെ കൂട്ടുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിനെ കാണേണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നു.
So there is one more thinking, and there is critical thinking, there is real world problem solving. People talk about these aspects too. Would you consider these as important skill sets?
Yeah, so if you ask me what you need on a long term is basically to have a critical thinking mindset has to be there within, be it a learner or a employee or an entrepreneur. And then the second thing is to create a culture of innovation, culture of entrepreneurship within the organization. So we probably might call it within the organization it's intrapreneurship or something like that. അപ്പോൾ അത് വരുമ്പോൾ ഉള്ളൊരു ഗുണം എന്താ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ബീൻ റൺ ബൈ ദ MD or the CEO of the organization. Any business has been run by the group of people within the organization. It doesn't, you can't differentiate between a lower level staff and a CXO level staff. ഇവരുടെ എല്ലാം if the CXO level or the CEO level gives a strategy or put in a strategy, ആ strategy മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന entire organization കൂടെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ will be able to get to next level. So that is very important. You have to have that mindset of collective or a shared vision on running the organization.
So you talked about entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship. So intrapreneurship is equally important to take down the strategy to the next level and the ground level realities. Can I ask you another question? There have any business goes through peaks and valleys. So you have seen different cycles. How do you navigate through the valleys, especially since a lot of trouble you might have faced, and how did you even overcome those troubles and gain consumer confidence?
So any issue that you face, there will always be some solution to it. So you debate, you come to conclusion on what need to be done as a corrective step, and then it has to go to the last level of the organization. So once everyone is together working for a resolution, then it obviously works. ആ ഒരു the feel of owning things within the organization, ഇത് എൻ്റേതും കൂടിയാണ്, നാളെ ഞാനും എൻ്റെ ഒരു എഫേർട്ടും കൂടി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇത് നെക്സ്റ്റ് ലെവലിലേക്ക് എത്തുള്ളൂ എന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് ഉള്ള ഒരു ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കലാണ് നമ്മൾ നോക്കേണ്ട ഏറ്റവും വലിയ കാര്യം. Generally what happens is people have a feeling that you are the owner of the organization. So whether it is good or bad, it's only affects you എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു ഫീല് മാറ്റി വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇതൊരു കളക്റ്റീവ് ആണ്. വി ഹാവ് എൻ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ വിച്ച് ഹസ് ഗോട്ട് അറൌണ്ട് 4000 odd പീപ്പിൾ വർക്കിംഗ്. ഈ 4000 ആൾക്കാരുടെയും ജീവിതം ഈ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനെ ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പൊ അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കി CXO ലെവലിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരും മനസ്സിലാക്കണം, താഴെ ലെവലിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരും മനസ്സിലാക്കണം ഇതൊരു കളക്റ്റീവ് എഫേർട്ടിന്റെ ഭാഗമാകണം.
You are now wearing multiple hats, from leading a conglomerate, I would say, or you have built a conglomerate, and then you are wearing a hat of, investor, angel, mentorship. How do you feel about this?
So the idea is simple, but what I am saying is we have negotiated a lot of learning curves. ഈ ലേണിംഗ് കർവ്സ് ഒക്കെ ഈ ബാക്കിയുള്ള ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന ചെറുപ്പക്കാരായിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ നെഗോഷിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യം വരാതെ ഇരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഉദ്ദേശം. സോ ജനറലി മെന്റർഷിപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് യു എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ എ സിറ്റുവേഷൻ, ആൻഡ് ഇൻ ദാറ്റ് സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് ആക്ട് ചെയ്തത് എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പറയേണ്ടത്. വെറസ് ദർ ആർ പീപ്പിൾ ഹു ഗിവ് അഡ്വൈസ്. അഡ്വൈസിന്റെ പ്രോബ്ലം എന്താ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അഡ്വൈസ് ദെൻ ദ പേഴ്സൺ ലിസണിങ് ടു യു ഈസ് ബീൻ സ്പൂൺ ഫെഡ്. അഡ്വൈസിന്റെ ഒരു നെഗറ്റീവായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത് ഒരു ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് തിങ്കിങ്ങിനെ നമ്മൾ ക്ലോസ് ചെയ്യണം. Whereas if you are a mentor, what you need to do is that in such situation, if I have acted in such a way, അപ്പൊ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോഴുള്ള അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്താ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ you can think about X, Y and Z and you can take the best of decision. So that actually paves way for lot of growth coming in a much faster way. അപ്പോ 10 വർഷം കൊണ്ട് ഒരു ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ലെവലിൽ എത്തുന്നതിന് പകരമായിട്ട് in 3 years if you can take the organization to the next level, that is the best thing. And believe me, in organization running ഒരു ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ബുക്കിൽ എഴുതി വെച്ച കാര്യങ്ങളല്ല. ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും ആ അവസരത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ എടുക്കുന്ന തീരുമാനങ്ങളാണ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അതെപ്പോഴും ഒരു വിൻ വിൻ ആയിരിക്കണം. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സുഹൃത്തുക്കളോട് പറയും, ഈ നമ്മൾ ബുക്ക് സ്റ്റാളിൽ കയറി കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ദർ ഇസ് എ ബുക്ക്, ജനറലി നമ്മൾ ഏത് ബുക്ക് സ്റ്റാളിൽ കയറുമ്പോഴും കാണാവുന്ന ഒരു ബുക്കാണ് ഹൗ ടു നെഗോഷിയേറ്റ്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, നീ ഹൗ ടു നെഗോഷിയേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ബുക്ക് ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് വായിക്കും. പക്ഷെ അതിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് വേറൊരു ബുക്ക് ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവും, വിൻ വിൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ബുക്ക് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്, അതിലേക്ക് കണ്ണു പോകില്ല. സോ യു നെഗോഷിയേറ്റ് ആൻഡ് യു ക്രിയേറ്റ് എ എനിമി ഓൺ ദ അതർ സൈഡ്. You have to make a win-win situation when you run the organization, be it dealing with the people within the organization, dealing with the vendor, dealing with the client. You need to carry that in mind.
So if someone is coming up with a promising idea, what would you look at? Whether the idea or the individual, or can you give some comments on that?
See, സ്കെയിലബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രൊപ്പോസിഷൻ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വി വിൽ ബി ഏബിൾ ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് എന്താണ് നെഗറ്റീവായിട്ട് ഇൻ ദ ലാസ്റ്റ് 1 decade വാട്ട് ഹസ് ഗോൺ നെഗറ്റീവ് എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പീപ്പിൾ ഹാവ് എ ഫീലിംഗ് ദാറ്റ് എൻ്റെ ഐഡിയ ഇസ് ദിസ് ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് വിൽ റിക്വയർ ബേൺ എന്ന് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് വേറൊന്നുമല്ല, കാശ് ഇങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ വർഷവും 1 കോടിയും 2 കോടിയൊക്കെ നഷ്ടം വരും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അതൊരു 5 വർഷം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 6 വർഷം കഴിയുമ്പോഴാണ് അത് ലാഭത്തിൽ വരുള്ളൂ എന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് ആയിട്ടാണ് പല ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സും വരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ യൂണിറ്റ് എക്കണോമിക്സ് പോസിറ്റീവ് അല്ലാത്ത ഒരു ബിസിനസ്സും ലോകത്ത് വിജയിക്കില്ല. ഞാനൊരു സാധനം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സർവീസ് ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കോസ്റ്റ് അത് അബ്സോർബ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണം, അതിൻ്റെ കൂടെ എനിക്ക് പ്രോഫിറ്റും കിട്ടണം. പക്ഷെ എന്താണ് ഡിഫറൻഷിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, എൻ്റെ കോസ്റ്റ് X rupees ആണ്, ഐ എം സർവീസിങ് ഓൺലി 2 guys, ബട്ട് എനിക്ക് 250 പേരെ സർവീസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയാൽ എൻ്റെ കോസ്റ്റ് 250 ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്തു പോകും. ആ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് ആൾക്കാരുടെ ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് വലിയ പാടാണ്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് വേർ വി കോൾ, ഈ ബിസിനസ് ടെർമിനോളജിയിൽ നമ്മൾ പറയും സ്കെയിലിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയും. അപ്പൊ ആ സ്കെയിലിംഗ് പോസിബിലിറ്റി ഉള്ള ബിസിനസ് ആണോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്നുള്ളതാണല്ലോ നോക്കുക. And if it is scalable, then we obviously put fund behind it. I've been in ഒരു കമ്പനിയിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആകെ കൊടുത്തത് ഒരു ലാപ്ടോപ്പും രണ്ട് ലാപ്ടോപ്പും രണ്ട് ചെയറുമാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് അവിടെ 400ഓളം ആൾക്കാർ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന 80 കോടി ടേൺ ഓവറുള്ള ഒരു കമ്പനിയായിട്ട് അത് വളർന്നു. അപ്പോൾ വളരാൻ അവസരമുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ പൈസ ഇടുക, വളർത്തുമെന്ന് ഉറപ്പുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ ആ പാഷനുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ പുറകെ നിൽക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്.
Can you name that company? And
Yeah, it's called CloudSec എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ബാംഗ്ലൂർ ബേസ്ഡ് ആണ്. രാഹുൽ ശശി is from മാവേലിക്കര. Rahul's father was with KSRTC. Uh, he has proved that he is into cloud security business. And there are a lot of others where we have put in money and they have successfully come out as a valuable organization.
so what would be your message to, you have done, created on entrepreneurs. Um, what would be your message for the state? How do we create, more entrepreneurs for the state, across the state?
So entrepreneurship, see, the thing is that നമുക്ക് നമുക്ക് പണ്ട് മുതലേ പുറത്ത് യാത്ര ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരല്ല. If you look at the 50s and 60s, നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെല്ലാം സിലോണിലായിരുന്നു. But Ceylon was a major trade hub. So people used to, കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നും തമിഴ്നാട്ടിൽ നിന്നും നിറയെ ആൾക്കാർ സിലോണിൽ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. സിലോൺ കഴിഞ്ഞു, then the Gulf thing happened and a lot of people moved to Gulf. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് യാത്ര ചെയ്യുന്നതിനൊന്നും പ്രോബ്ലം ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാരില്ല. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ കണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു വ്യത്യാസം എന്ന് പറയുന്നാൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള പല വളരെ ചുരുക്കം ആൾക്കാർ മാത്രമേ കേരളത്തിന് പുറത്തേക്ക് ഒരു വലിയ 140 കോടി ആൾക്കാരുള്ള ഒരു രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളൂ. വളരെ ചെറിയ ഗ്രൂപ്പ് മാത്രമേ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് പോയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷെ ഇഫ് യു ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ദുബായ് ബേസ്ഡ് മലയാളീസ് ഹാവ് ഏകദേശം ഒരു 40-45 രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ അവർക്ക് പ്രസൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അതെന്താ സംഭവിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവരൊരു ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്. ഞാൻ നാളെ തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലൊരു ഈ ബ്രാൻഡ് ഒന്ന് തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകാം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ആ ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റം അവിടെ ഇല്ല. വേറെ ഗൾഫിലുള്ള ഒരാളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ദുബായിലുള്ള ഒരാള് സൗദിയിൽ പോകുന്നു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആഫ്രിക്കൻ മാർക്കറ്റ് നോക്കുന്നു. there are brands which are നല്ല ബ്രാൻഡുകൾ കടന്നു വരുന്നുണ്ട്, ഗ്ലോബൽ ബ്രാൻഡ്സ് ആയിട്ട്, ആൻഡ് കോമ്പറ്റിംഗ് വിത്ത് ബിഗ് നെയിംസ്. അപ്പൊ അതൊരു ദ കൾച്ചർ ഓഫ് ഓൺടർപ്രണർഷിപ്പ്. ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും തൃശ്ശൂർകാരെ കുറിച്ച് പറയാറുണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഫസ്റ്റ് 50 ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സിനെ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിന്റെ 85% തൃശ്ശൂർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിൽ നിന്ന്. നിങ്ങൾ ചുമ്മാ പേരെടുത്ത് നോക്കിയോ, എനി ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് യു ജസ്റ്റ് ടേക്ക് 85% വിൽ ബി ഫ്രം തൃശ്ശൂർ. അപ്പൊ എന്താ പ്രശ്നം വെച്ചാൽ ഈക്കോസിസ്റ്റം മാറ്റേഴ്സ്. അപ്പൊ ആ ഈക്കോസിസ്റ്റം ഇപ്പൊ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഒരു അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സ്കൂളുകളിലുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം പണ്ടത്തെ നമ്മളുടെ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് യു ഹാവ് ടു, ഞാനിങ്ങനെ എൻ്റെ ഒരു അങ്കിളിന്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഒരു കഥ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടിയെ പെണ്ണ് കാണാൻ പോയപ്പോൾ വളരെ ഭംഗിയുള്ള ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടി, പക്ഷെ ആ ഫാദർ കല്യാണം കഴിച്ചു കൊടുത്തില്ല. കാരണം ഇയാള് ഗവൺമെന്റ് സെർവന്റ് അല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. പക്ഷെ കുറെ കാലങ്ങൾക്ക് ശേഷം ഈ കുട്ടിയുടെ കല്യാണം നടന്നു എന്ന് അറിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ നോക്കുമ്പോ ഇത് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ കമ്പനി പണിയെടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു അക്കൗണ്ടന്റ് ആണ് കല്യാണം കഴിച്ചത്. അപ്പൊ സോ ദാറ്റ് വാസ് ദ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് അന്ന്. എവ്രി വൺ ഹാസ് ടു ബി ഒരു ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥനാകണം എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. ഇന്നിപ്പോ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥൻ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് മടിയാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ പീപ്പിൾ നീഡ് ടു റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ദംസെൽസ് ആസ് ഒരു ക്രിയേറ്റർ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്യാനാണ് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് താല്പര്യം.
What would be your closing remarks, sir? Any message for the young generation?
No, see, as society, ഇന്നിപ്പോ സ്കിൽസിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്, it's not about employment. ഇതൊരു എംപവർമെന്റിന്റെ ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. നമ്മളുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം അവർക്കൊരു ജോലി കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ പറയുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ മൈ ഫീലിംഗ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ആൾക്കാരെ എംപവർ ചെയ്യണം. And they become, the creators of employment. അപ്പൊ ഇത് ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഈ ഹാൻഡ് ഹോൾഡിങ് ബേസിക്കലി നാളെ ഒരു 10 മടങ്ങായിട്ട് ഒരു ഒരു മൾട്ടിപ്ലയർ എഫക്റ്റ് വരത്തക്ക രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ട് അത് മാറും. അപ്പൊ എന്റെ സിൻസിയർ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് ട്രൈ ആൻഡ് ഒരു തുറന്ന മനസ്സുമായിട്ടിരിക്കുക. 140 കോടി ആൾക്കാർക്ക് പല രീതിയിലുള്ള സർവീസും പ്രോഡക്ട്സും ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഫസ്റ്റ് ജോലി. അത് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ദെൻ ക്രിയേറ്റിംഗ് എൻ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ള ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റം വെച്ചിട്ട് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാവാത്ത കാര്യമാണെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായം.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to conclude, we run KDISC runs a program called Young Innovators YAP Young Innovators Program, which is in its 8th year. So we have about 3 lakh registrations already, and tomorrow from 9 to 10:30, adjacent room, the Innovation Bay, we have 10 super minds presenting their great ideas in front of a panel, in front of some of the well-known investors as well. I request your presence. I know you won't be able to make it. We have
Traveling.
but consider Young Innovators Program. That is a program which enlightens kids and empower them through their innovation journey. We encourage them to do real world problem solving and critical thinking.
All the best for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for inviting.
And thank you so much for this incredible section. We all know we are living here today with an expiration. And kindly requesting Dr. Arun Surendran to present a memento to speaker and the moderator. Kindly requesting Dr. Arun Surendran, the Principal and Strategic Director, Trinity College of Engineering. Let's give him a warm applause. Once again, thank you so much everyone for their remarkable contributions. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. So that was an amazing section. Thank you. And next, we are just moving to our next section. We are diving into from idea to impact, the Red If story. And we're really happy and immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan, the founder of Rediff.com. Let's give him a warm applause. We have an inspiration. Mr. Ajit Balakrishnan is with us. I need a big round of applause. Please come on. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, not to worry. I think practically the hall is practically deserted. I can see things a bit. So I love speaking to deserted halls, and so I wanted to. I will not take as long as all the others have done. I'll try and finish it in about 10 minutes. What I want you to have is, what are the key steps in an entrepreneur's life? Very briefly, I'm going to take no more than 10 minutes. Typically, what really happens is, you go through initial enthusiasm before a startup, it rises, then the reality sets in and starts dipping. During the time you experiment and pivot, then it starts working, then you go up again. So many young entrepreneurs lose heart at any step of this world. You can lose your start. In all these slides, I've given the link at the bottom where you can go and read more about it. I also want to point out that sometimes you're an entrepreneur, you do very well, and something unknown to you and external to you comes in. Like here's a case in point. In about 2 years or 3 years after I started, the whole financial community in the world ran after me, and we did a very successful IPO in the United States on NASDAQ. So that's me posing in front of NASDAQ in New York. But shortly afterwards, I was standing in my office in New York briefly. I had a branch office there, and I heard a loud noise. We went out and looked, attack of a plane on the World Towers had taken place. You know, the New York World attack. And after that, the whole world collapsed at that time. You know, and the stock market in New York and so on, which was at a peak at the time, completely collapsed. The point I'm making is, as an entrepreneur, you have to be ready for things which are completely outside your control. So something in the environment happens, like right now, the threat is the United States is going through severe financial troubles. So they're putting import duties and this and tariffs and what have you. During that time, something happens and your young startup can get affected. So be very careful. Don't give up. Huh? Something happened to the presentation. Yeah. Another quick note for entrepreneurs is, even if there are all the benches here are empty, but I'm leaving the slide behind so you can forward it to your friends. You know, you can the kind of technological change taking place during my early days with rediff.com. You know, when we started in 1994, the only cell phone available was this. It's called IBM Personal Communicator, 1994. And I built Rediff Mail on this one. And then it quickly changed to the start. Nokia launched a personal communicator and smartphone. Huh? And then Steve Jobs and that gang imported iPhone. Everything's on touch. And then Android and from Chinese smartphones appeared. So, you know, when these dramatic changes happen as an entrepreneur, keep on changing, making sure that you're keeping up with all the new things. So right now, there is something of that kind. You must remember also one of the biggest challenges for an entrepreneur is that we have a very small group of what is called early adopters. In places like Silicon Valley, you put an idea, and every day about 20,000 new people will come and try it. In India, you come with a dramatically different technical idea. It will take you about 2 years for even 1,000 people to come and try it. So you got to watch out very, very carefully. We have to do something at the policy level to change it. I'm working with people in Delhi on that. But right now, we have a very tiny market for technology products. Okay, if you look at the household where people who are you and me, educated in English and managerial, so there are only 30 million people in this country. People professional and technical, there are only 50 million. You look at the bottom, the vast 420 million are farmers, fishermen, hunters, loggers. And this is never talked about in many of the plans that make out. So you have to be very, very careful on how to, to deal. And the household income per month is very different from what they make out. This is the reality, and it is also from National Council of Applied Economic Research. It's truthful. So watch out, be very careful. And this is a quick thing to say that technology change that we are all going through now is not anything new. We have, for example, in the 1800s, there was a factory system, affordable clothing, child labor. A plus point was affordable clothing. Okay, the negative point was child labor and urban blight. And the other negative point was all handloom industry in India and so on got destroyed. Then there were steel, rails, and ship that created affordable transport, world trade, and urbanization, but it also brought slave trade and colonialism. Okay, when you then came electricity, auto, and petrochem, affordable clothes, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, but then all kinds of the Bombay textile mills collapsed, the Bengal jute mills collapsed, and caused Naxalism. Naxalism was caused by the collapse of the jute mills. Very few people discuss it. Huh? And finally computers and internet. I think affordable healthcare, insurance law, etc. but we are being threatened that medical doctors and others soon will not be able to make a living. So there is a balance between the two, which you must watch out for. I'll skip that. I'll skip that to save time. The main thing I would like to leave among network, rather for entrepreneurs and for our policymakers. I don't see any of them, but if you find any of them, just send the slide to them. Uh, the important thing is what succeeds on the internet is something called network effects. Okay, it is not like economies of scale, network effects. And the way it works is the when you start doing something, when there are more buyers and you sell it cheap enough, more others will come and more sellers will accept you, which is the reason why people like Amazon, for example, in India, I think that last year the losses Amazon made is some 29,000 crores or something like that. But you know what? Book lovers like me go and buy, they can buy any book for about 200 rupees or 300 rupees, so become very faithful to Amazon. But he's building up a fantastic group. Facebook similarly loses a huge amount of money in India. So there is a financial lobby which funds them from New York and Silicon Valley, so that they fund the losses till you destroy everybody else in that industry. And it creates network effects, so please study that. Uh, Today, I think we are moving into a fundamental change in computing. There is personal cloud, human to AI computing methods of forming, and you have seen that dramatically. And no code platforms and computing methods. Soon you don't need to write any code. You can either just describe the problem you want to solve and it creates a code for you. Now, all this is tremendously valuable, but you'll find that many of the entry level coding jobs will be replaced by AI computing methods. I think yeah, just do one step back, just one step back. This is something which all young entrepreneurs or even middle-aged guys need to think about. It is from that famous book by Eric Erickson on stages of life. You know, you have to, when you're a young adult, for example, you have to figure out how do I make my life count? What will I do something useful to my life? And and when people like me, I'm 77 this year, I ask myself, is it okay to have been me? Have I lived the right life? And the answer can't be because I made 1,000 crores, I've lived the right life. It cannot be. You know, you have to see what have I done? Have I done the right thing in life? Have I helped enough people? You have to make those choices. I call myself, though I live in Bombay and for the last 50 years, in my mind, I still think myself as a Kannur boy. I was brought up there up to high school, and my parents and grandparents all lived there. Where to be, uh, I have to I walk on Payambalam beach in Kannur and ask myself, you know, is it okay to have been me? And I'm struggling to understand and do at least what is left of my life, do enough things to say yes to myself, but I have not yet convinced myself. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I don't want to. No, no, I didn't say there's one slide which promotes me, and I need to. Ah, okay. These are some books that I'd like to read. Network Science. It's an excellent book. The Innovator's Dilemma. Every entrepreneur must read that. Okay. And The Wave Riders, which something I've written before. And this book that I've written is about to come out. Technological Innovation, Sword of Plow, lessons from history for entrepreneurs, policymakers, and thinking people. So I thought I could not leave without one slide of self-promotion. Okay, thank you very much.
So yes, thank you so much for the wonderful section. And I kindly requesting, we don't want to let you for a thank you. We want to present a small memento for you, sir, as a token of appreciation. And currently, we would like to welcome Dr. Anupa Narayan, the Senior Program Manager, KDISC. Let's give a warm applause. We would like to present a small memento as a token of appreciation. So say profound thanks, kindly requesting. Sir, it's a special gift, so that's why it's getting so little bells. I'm really sorry for that. Yes. So yes, here we go. So yes, we have. Really sorry for the delay. Yes, presenting him a memento. Give me a warm applause. So once again, thank you so much for a most dedicated section. And next, we are just moving to our next section, establishing collaborative spaces and hubs. And are kindly requesting AP Abraham, the Executive Director, Promtech Global, to come to the podium. It's our immense pleasure to welcome AP Abraham to come to the dais. Yes, he is here. So Executive Director, Promtech Global, kindly requesting to come to the dais. So we need 4 chairs on the dais. Kindly requesting we need 4 chairs on the dais. So yes, sir. Kindly requesting please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Thank you. And next, we would like to welcome Ankit Sanjay Shah, the CEO and the co-founder of HRH Next Service Limited. Let's give him a warm applause. We have Ankit Sanjay Shah, the CEO, co-founder, HRH Next Service Limited. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome Barun Chandran. So yes, he's not physically with us. And next, we would like to welcome, with all love and respect, we would like to welcome the moderator of the section, Dr. Arun Surendran. Let's give him a warm applause. We have Arun Surendran, the principal and the strategic director, Trinity College of Engineering. And now we are just moving to our next section. Thank you.
So we are the three guys standing between lunch break and whoever is left. So let's take the next half an hour to address this very important thing. Uh, just a while ago, Nawaz Miran sir was here, the chairman of Eastern Group, Miran Group, and he was talking about how important it is for an ecosystem to provide an entrepreneur with all the strength and skills that he or she needs to succeed. So I'd like to start there. How do you see the ecosystem currently in India, and what's your awareness about it in Kerala? Each of you.
Yeah, I'm very confident on how Kerala ecosystem for entrepreneur ecosystem is getting shaped up, right? I'm a Pravasi, right? I live outside country, and I lived in I live in UA, right? So when I wanted to set up something in Kerala, for me, I don't know, somebody else's experience, it was pretty easy for me to set up. And in fact, I was set up my organization back in Kerala during the pandemic period. It's okay. And the ecosystem, startup ecosystem in Kerala and other economic forums in Kerala, which I felt which is very supportive and reachable, and they're very enthusiastic to support companies like us, and I'm pretty confident on that. But any growing ecosystem or any growing setup, there are a lot of corrections, there are a lot of improvements is required, which definitely periodically is going to happen. I was also part of Invest Kerala Summit, which was organized a couple of months back, right, which was a fantastic event. I think first of its kind in Kerala, I believe. And again, the skill summit, which is happening today. And this is pretty interesting topic. And I came all the way from Dubai to just start, and then tonight I go back, right? So this is all initiative and helping the entrepreneurs and helping to create entrepreneur mindset among our people, which is really fantastic. And I appreciate the government and private partnership, or the government bodies involvement, and how they how enthusiastically they work for it, which I'm really feel the enthusiasm during my last 4 or 5 years experience in Kerala as an entrepreneur.
Thanks, Dr. Abraham. So, my name is Ankit. I am the co-founder CEO of HRH Next. We are one of the largest players in the vernacular contact center space. The entire skilling industry is undergoing a transformation at this point of time. With the advent of AI, I think people will have to upgrade themselves, if not equip themselves with latest technologies. It's the story pan India and world over. But the other thing that I want to talk about is how the Kerala government is helping us. So we set up shop about 9 months back. We opened a center in Palakkad, resonating with the work near home concept. And to not our surprise, but that facility was sold out right from day one. We have about 200 folks working out of that space. More than 60% of them are women. About 80% of them are graduates. So we're very thankful to the Kerala government for giving us an opportunity. Obviously, there are plenty of challenges that we'll have to maneuver, but I think it's a great start for Kerala.
Why did you pick Palakkad, or how did the decision come about?
Yeah, so we are the leaders in the regional vernacular space. That means we speak in the language of the Indian customer's choice. So our centers are located based on the vernacular expertise. So for example, for Telugu, our headquarters is in Hyderabad, but then we go tier two like Warangal, Nizamabad. For Kannada, we have our HQ in Bangalore, but we also do a tier two in a town called Tumkur. For Tamil, we have a very large facility in Coimbatore. So there's a lot of requirements from our clients to provide them Malayalam speaking agents. So while we realized, in our Coimbatore center, a lot of these people were actually coming from Palakkad. So we said, why don't we open some center in Palakkad? So as the story goes, I think it's a lovely success story that we have.
Do you have plans for further centers in Kerala?
Yeah, but Dr. Thomas was telling me to open something in Patanmati, but we'll see. I think the model is evolving. What we're realizing is that for most of the consumer-facing businesses, language is very important, and especially the language the customer really wants to speak in. It's not in English or a Hindi. They don't want standardized and robotic responses. When the consumer is talking, you have to talk to him with a heart. Yeah, definitely. I think from the consumer perspective, also a lot of these brands are looking at Malayalam because of the fastest growing, in the southern languages. Malayalam is actually taking a huge upward swing. It's like a J curve. If you talk to any e-commerce player, the kind of conversations that are happening, especially the growth rates in Malayalam, they're unparalleled. So obviously, if you get an opportunity, we like to move into further spaces.
Wonderful to know. I mean, we are a consumer society, so that's probably what reflects. Maybe you have seen, I'm assuming, from up close, how Kerala has changed in the past 10, 15 years. So, using regular visits or your involvement with
Yeah.
business, how do you see it in terms of infrastructure change?
Yeah, Kerala is have to change a lot in the infrastructure space in terms of accommodating more. In fact, and for us also, we wanted to expand, right? But we don't have space to expand, right? There are companies, there are different internal arrangements which a company which we need space in the space where we operate, which is in Trivandrum Technopark, and we are not getting space there to expand. So the infrastructure side, Kerala has to work on more to increase the infrastructure base to enhance the knowledge-based employment opportunities, which is really geographically or socially more adaptable for Kerala community to be there, and which is definitely Kerala government and probably private collaboration or something, and we'll have to focus more on the that kind of infrastructure facility in terms of. Otherwise, the people's mentality, the bureaucratic approach and political approach, and I think for me as an entrepreneur who set up my organization here as a Pravasi, okay, I'm not faced any big hassles, big challenges to set up my, company here. That's sort of all my experience. But infrastructure, yes, as you said, the remote ecosystem or remote. Mr. PM Riaz is mentioning about when we met in Chennai last week, and he was mentioning about the concept which they're working on it to rural area kind of a thing, yeah, which is really welcoming. But I told them, we'll have to create some more brand image for that to, make the candidates feel that okay, they're working in a bigger environment. And see, for my point of view, is the global employment is or job culture is getting changed. It's more into a skill focused job culture is coming. Especially rather than a location specific job culture. The post pandemic, we feel that it's remote working or work from home, and those kind of things are quite normal. And the technology tool also changed in such a way that we can easily, from our language, we can easily translate to a different language, and we can easily communicate to a Chinese guy or a Spanish guy or anyone from our regional language. That kind of technological changes is happening with the artificial intelligence side. So the employment opportunities are really getting increased. So Kerala has a lot of potential to use that changes, especially our youth. They will have to shape up our skills accordingly and provide more infrastructure to attract international companies. And we'll have to market more what the changes is happening in the state. We'll have to market it more. I think in that side we are little lacking. So we are, I think, trying to promote what is happening in as a negative. That is probably we are trying to highlight it, but we'll have to more focus on the marketing side.
Uh, we recently had Soho Group move into Kottarakara, which is not a big town, but that's probably a model that we are creating for the rest of the towns. Coming back to you, Ankit, how do you see the human resource potential? You said as soon as it was announced, you got 60% women and the whole sector was taken. What would you advise the coming generation in terms of how they can be better prepared to utilize such opportunities?
I think we keep having this debate inside the organization. The fundamental thing about Kerala is that the lure of the outside is so high that that is the only competition we have. It is not the talent that is the problem. It is the mindset. Okay. For us, the way we were able to ramp up close to 200 within 60 days is because we provided them, a state-of-the-art facility. It looks international. It feels like a startup, right? They feel when they come to our office, they feel like they are probably working in a Singapore or whatever, right? So I think that was the first premise. We said even though it's a small town, Palakkad with a 3.5 lakh population, but we went all out. We said we have a first mover advantage. Let's give these people an opportunity to feel that they are working in a very large MNC environment. There is a coffee table, there is a foosball table, there's all of that, and a very fancy setup. It makes them feel that they are part of a larger culture. From a talent perspective, Kerala never had a problem with the amount of literacy, the level of literacy that they have. And the only problem that we felt was the mindset. And I think it all depends on how we are able to position brand Kerala and maneuver them to, think about work near home and contribute to the local economy.
How do you see the change in the human resource potential that's available? What about the youngsters who are coming into work for your company?
Yeah, the human resource potential, I don't have any doubt on that, right? Of course, in our education system, you know that it is more into text-oriented education system, what we are following, even in our Kerala syllabus or any Indian syllabus, if you look at. But that has to be more changed, I think. And I was attended one of the event in the last week in the CBSE Skill Summit in Chennai, which the CBSE is doing a lot of deliberate effort to develop, or creating a culture school to work, right? From the school level onwards, they are developing the skill set of the students to prepare themselves for the work environment. Such kind of training programs or such kind of with the participation of probably local industries and local economic bodies, it has to be implemented at least in our colleges level. So, which will help the youth to prepare more to the work environment. Otherwise, when we recruit, see, more text environment and the practical environment is two different things. So they are so pampered in the schools or colleges. Yeah, even in the house, they all one or two kids, right? So then they're coming to the real work environment, the pressure. So that emotional intelligence we'll have to train the people. I always talk about people and our team members also. In the era, if you wanted to withstand, you have to be very strong in your human centric skills, especially the human centric skills. All the fancy positions which we are seeing, or it can be a data analyst, it can be a such kind of jobs. The AI is outperforming than human in certain extent. But whereas the human centric skill set, as he rightly mentioned, the customer, they wanted to talk in the local language and they wanted to talk from the bottom of the heart, not from the brain only. The human can, sorry, the AI can probably replace the brain, but not the heart. So we'll have to train our people more, I mean, or our youngsters more into the EQ skill set or human centric skill set. Then probably we can better, face the AI challenges. Or, then nowadays everybody was scared about it. Actually, it's not about scaring, actually. The human ability cannot be replaced by AI. And so for that also has to be trained, and little training and little events, and prepare the kids, I mean prepare the youngsters, young population to be prepare for work. It's very important, at least in the university and schools level, because we are more focused on texts and cracking exams, which is, if you look at probably the skill set training in the school levels, uh, South Korea probably it's leading with 90 percentage of the students, the school students, they are training for skills. Whereas India, if you look at the skill training, it is 7 to 8 percentage, which has to really change. Our education system has to change accordingly to prepare the youngsters or students to face the reality or the face the job or real work atmosphere. We'll have to coach them from the school age onwards. That is a little lacking here, but it will eventually. The initial step is the thought process has to correct. Now I think that the entrepreneur thought process has really came in every, the political parties, bureaucracies, normal layman, and everybody is thinking or developing kind of a culture, which is happening across India, across the globe, of course, in Kerala as well.
One of the reasons why I have been chosen to moderate this is because we run a full-fledged back office in our campus at Trinity College. We have around 55 engineers, and surprisingly, it's not a computer science company; it's a construction company in the Middle East. The entire quantity survey, CAD, audit, accounts, everything comes back. So my students are familiar with punching in, punching out, working from 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock shifts, coming in on Sunday because the Middle East is working on Sunday. So that kind of, ultimately it's a monkey see, monkey do. So once they get to see this is the potential which they can work, and they're very happy to get an internship there within the campus itself, become a trainee, and so on. But coming back to HRH, still our education system, like we mentioned, we still have these silos where if you're learning maths, then there is no need for you to learn language or soft skills to talk to another human being and so on. But you have nicely wedded language skills, soft skills with technology. They have to know the latest technology as well. So how important it is for us to start turning from the school stage itself so that people are capable of being employed in the future world.
I think that's the problem, not just for Kerala, but for the entire country. You will be hearing a lot of these reports that come out about the skill gap that he was highlighting. And the South Korea example is absolutely a phenomenal one. Because what we find also in our organization is while people will come out with top grades, but the real life skills are always lacking. So you spend about 30 days trying to tell them how to talk to a customer, right? Which should come very naturally to you, looking at how hospitable a country is. But it's that fear, it's that little tentativeness that comes while joining the first time workforce. I think the suggestion really is to start imparting skills education at a very early age, and also during the pre-graduation, send them out for internships. What we find, job readiness internships at some factories or workshops or whatever. What we usually find with these guys is when they have a break, they usually go to their father's office to work or father's shop. That is, sometimes it actually works, but sometimes it doesn't work as well. So, proper structured internship program while during the graduation time will augur very well for the readiness of the employees.
I think the trouble why that gets delayed is because we are still stuck on the exam system. Going for an internship and coming back is not rewarded academically. It's finally when you go for the placement that industries will appreciate it, but your professor may not appreciate.
Dr. Arun, just one point I wanted to add. See, the government of India did the internship program, right? It's a fantastic concept, but that is restricted to only the top 100 countries, 100 companies in the country. Probably, I mean, if Kerala wants to leapfrog it, open up that opportunity to medium and small scale enterprises like us. Why restrict them to only top 100?
Yeah, that's again the mindset with which I sat and began wondering how Palakkad figured when Trivandrum and Kochi could have been. So once we open up, the whole thing changes. But right now, I think the competition is global. Every city, be it in Vietnam or Cambodia, can compete with an Indian city. So, being a global outlook professionals and business owners, how do you see such a competition shaping up, and how Kerala? I mean, we have already cleared that we need to brand ourselves much better. But what are our advantages, disadvantages on a global scale?
I think one of the models that I was discussing, which is probably in lines with the work near home model, is look at a country like Estonia, a very small country with I don't know how much population. They became the digital capital of the world. I think the model that Kerala can emulate is, like a distributed collaborative model, right? You probably open small, well-equipped workspaces across tier two, tier three towns, and the bigger cities like a Kochi or Trivandrum can act as gateways. So the model could be a digital collaborative capital of the world, where tier two, tier three takes more precedence. And also, what we've seen is if you look at the Estonia example again, you will have a couple of key brands coming out, right? Like a Skype came out of that place. You could follow a more distributed model where you encourage medium and small enterprises to, distribute that risk, distribute the potential.
Yeah, even in my point also in Kerala, the higher education intake, if you look at the national average, probably it is on a higher side. But when it's come to the employment, I think Kerala is way behind the national average, right? Which probably this lacking of skill set, the unavailability of facility within the Kerala, probably this rural the arrangements kind of this kind of things probably will help the youngsters to get the women unemployment. I think 47%. I'm not sure about the numbers, but 47%. Yeah,
Less than
yeah.
20% women
So that is it's in a very high numbers. I think these kind of rural ecosystems probably can help to increase that, so they can also handle their home as well as, we in our culture itself, whatever we talk about it, we want it to be like that, so that, these kind of arrangements will really help to improve that. And as he's rightly said, definitely to do that, we'll have to create a lot of brand images in the ecosystem what we are giving in the rural areas, like you said, okay, in the coffee tables and these that and all, they should feel the international environment in their local places itself. That has to be there. So with that, definitely we can achieve it. We can be a knowledge-based job capital of probably in India. So especially if you look at Kerala's youth, because they used to with the culture of different countries, because we are migrating to different part of the world, and like probably one of the largest migrating population. So which that culture is actually part of our blood. So it is easy to adapt any back office or any company's back office jobs can be easily handled by a Kerala guy if you need a necessary training. But the training level, when you start, that is a question. Mostly the training will start when he hire an employee, he has to spend 1 month or 2 months to train an employee, a graduate to an employable person. I think you will agree with me. So when we are also facing the same thing, so which has to start little early age, those and eventually that part will be taken care.
We have the big impact of AI coming in. Will AI help the youngsters bypass the rigid systems, right? Do you foresee that happening so that kids can get trained themselves in whichever skill they want and they can come in?
Yeah, in fact, we are also here because we are launching our AI brand. It's called Aina. The Aina, AINA. Yeah, so we are in Kerala because we choose this opportunity to launch Aina as a brand. The thesis is pretty simple. What we are saying is, Aina is a very powerful tool. We are built for India, built in India. We'll handle the vernacular conversations in Indian languages to speak with Indian customers. And what we've seen is it doesn't replace the people. It only augments their skill. It helps them to perform better. The pre-AI era, let's say, example, a customer service representative was talking to client's customer. He could have done it in a better way. In the post-AI era, it automatically prompts him to do better. So the error rates are going down. The customer satisfaction levels are going up. AI can replace human performances at a very entry basic level. But when you want to have meaningful conversations, I think we are some time away. I hope that never happens.
AI is definitely AI is a supportive mechanism. I believe, in the AI era, how our youngsters can withstand is probably one of the thing which they have to really focus on is domain expertization on the area which they wanted to focus on. I see that training, mostly the people doesn't have any idea on after probably the higher secondary what they're going to study and what they're going to do. So such kind of decision is going to take on the probably at the age of 30s or which has to start little early, and they have to be little focused on. You'll have to able to identify the skill set of each youngsters. Like, if you look at our population, and India it's an young country, right? I think 65% of our population is below 35, which is the biggest advantage of which India have, which is, I think, the India government's plan or vision to become a developed nation by, 2047, right? See, there is a calculation there that we have 15 or 20 years more to become a developed nation. A developed nation, we wanted to become a developed nation. So now our per capita income is probably 2,800 or less than $3,000, right? Which has to increase to 12,000 to $13,000, which is a big number, right? To achieve these big numbers, we'll have to train the youngsters from the very childhood level onwards. That is very important. Make the kids or make the youth to an employable population. So that is very important. That is really happening on the university level, which is a real big question. And AI is definitely a supportive tool. As you mentioned, the information is in their fingertips, and they don't want to browse and they don't want to, take time for that. They can just simply chat and get it, the information on their fingertips, and they know what is happening. I don't know what is the generation which Gen Z and Alpha generation. They're very capable than us in using the technologies, which we don't want to train them. But the other skills, as I mentioned, the human-centric skill, probably we'll have to train them. The decision making, negotiation, and those kind of skills, probably AI can analyze it, but AI cannot replace it. So, which we'll have to train on the university and school levels itself. And there should be a educational institutions and industries and economic bodies and all these things come, bring together and, do some exercise on it. See, we were, operating in UK. The biggest support which we got when we launched in UK, the universities are coming forward and they were willing to work with us and they are ready to do any kind of project which we are giving, and they're giving students for us for 6 months without any cost. And such kind of participation is happening from the university level. So this has to happen in the Kerala. Will have to be more job-oriented trainings or job-oriented discussions has to happen from the the colleges level or schools levels. We are currently at the moment we're thinking only on how to score probably a better marks in exams. So it doesn't make any. I don't think as an employer, if I look at the candidate, I don't check his how many graduations he's having, how many post graduations. It doesn't matter for me. So what I look forward is he has having the domain expertization. He's having sort of human centric skills to handle the human beings. The business is happening between the people, right? So
Uh,
yeah.
I'll put this as the last question. Uh, Having great spaces and business hubs and building that ecosystem, I think it's very, very critical for the funding that will come in, just as you say. So, have you seen how just change in space and having a hub and ecosystem prompts people to invest better? Is that one of the criteria?
Definitely, I think the entire ecosystem works on three pillars, right? The first is the government, which advocates policy and provides infrastructure. We from the industry provide jobs, and the community builds trust, right? The entire ecosystem is based on these three pillars. Unless all these three come together, there is no industry. So from a client perspective, when we say that we are opening up in remote locations like this, obviously there is a very curious angle to them. But what really matters to them is performance. So if you look at the Palakkad Center, it has the lowest attrition levels. Attrition is one of the biggest bane for our industry. It's the lowest. So when you look at from that angle, obviously it makes a lot of sense to embark on this globally distributed model of workspaces. I think it augurs really well for the industry as a whole.
Yeah, definitely that will help. See, the space constraint is, as I said, the infrastructure constraint is there. It's a reality. It's a fact. So, if that can be solved, I'm sure the Kerala can attract a lot of investments, especially on the knowledge-based jobs. See, the biggest thing, biggest supporting point for me is I know that as an NRI, since I have, few connections, few contacts, and I could able to connect with this ecosystem very easily. So get into that. So for me, like, the hundreds of thousands of people, they are living abroad. They can make this state as probably number one state in the entire country. Right. We will have to, what we're really lacking is Kerala is not geographically good for a manufacturing based job. So we are actually more prompt to a white collar job. So knowledge economy. So that has to really, for that infrastructure is required. And, the government has to market it and it has to advertise and attract the people. So then it will be a different ballgame.
Yeah, Dr. Arun, just one last statement I want to make. I think most of the states try to look at, grabbing that marquee name, right? They'll say some industry has put up 100 crore and it becomes a headline. But does it actually lead to employment, right? I mean, though it has a trickle effect, but probably they will be creating 1,000 jobs. But the headlines do matter. But for a state like Kerala, I think the model really has to be a very distributed workforce model, where medium and small enterprises like us work at the grassroots level, right, to handle a lot of societal issues. I was just mentioning about 60% of our people are women. So that leads to societal change. I think that should be the core model.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Evi
you
and
very much.
Ankit, for sharing a lot of wisdom here, a lot of great points, I think, which will be tabulated. And thank you all for listening to us. And I think we have closed also within the lunch break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everyone present here, thank you so much for an amazing presentation. And I kindly requesting Alima Asif, the Assistant and the General Manager, KDIST, to present a memento to distinguished guest is on the dais. I need a warm applause, please, everyone. Once again, thank you so much for the valuable insights. So once again, thank you so much, everyone. So our four node sections are over. So section will be started, I think, within 1 hour. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Kerala. And thanks, Sandit, for making it happen.
Thank you.
Sandit, why don't you give a small introduction, like why you made that impact? Like, why do you really made that happen?
Okay, why? Okay. So I'm at Navolt. What we do is we make solar electric boats for public transport tourism. The objective is to uh, eliminate use of fuel. So decarbonizing marine transport is our objective. So our end goal is to transform the entire marine transport, from the small boats to large ships, to completely decarbonize, electrify them. This is the whole objective why we exist. Although we started with design as a primary objective to make efficient boats, over the course of the period, we found solar as one way to remove fuel itself. Maybe when we go to larger ships, we will then use another source of energy like hydrogen, etc. But the objective is to remove fuel. This is why we exist.
Again, what made you motivated to pursue the journey?
Okay. So I studied naval architecture, so which means I only know certain things: ship design, ship construction. So I stuck to that area and tried to figure out what at least we can do differently in that space in terms of boats and ships. And so from my college days itself, it was very clear that needed to do something on my own. But the vision was not as grand as at least what we feel today. It was very restricted to start a boat yard. It's a small idea. But eventually, as we stepped into starting venture, started consulting, then went into boat building, then into solar boat. So it was series of steps. It's not that on the day one I knew solar boats, but series of steps to eventually converge on an idea, which in a hardware game, as you know, it takes time to build a product, get the product market fit. Yeah, so this is.
Yeah. Okay. So let's come to Roshi. So, Roshi, your company name Roche.ai. Roche AI. So, why was that?
So just to give you a background of who I am, I'm Roshi John. I I was previously with TCS as a global head of robotics. Prior to that, I was a scientist in one of the consumer electronics companies making robots. And in one of those instances, when I was traveling when I took a late night flight and got back to Bangalore and I was in Bangalore then. I hired a taxi where the taxi driver was very, very tired. It was 2 a.m. in the morning. And I could see from the rear view mirror, it was an Innova, I could see from the rear view mirror that this guy is like very, very sleepy and he's dozing off. And I told him to switch on the AC and it accelerated the sleep and all. And when we was going in a pretty decent speed, and when I saw that like he was about to hit a divider, I woke him up. I forcefully woke him up. I made him stop the vehicle. I made him sit in the rear seat and I drove the taxi by myself and I was driving home. This is in 2010. This was in 2010. During that time, there is no concept of driverless cars or anything, like very, very unheard of. Nobody talks about it, especially some universities might be working on it. So when I was driving this taxi from this airport to my home, I was thinking, this guy was sleeping. This guy took up this drive because he can earn around 200 rupees that night as a bata or whatever you called it. And then, if that vehicle, there was an accident happened that time when I was there. I have insurance. I was traveling on an international trip and I'll definitely have insurance. I won't be that because I was in the rear seat. I had my seatbelts on. This guy was not even wearing a seatbelt. In 2010, there was no legislation which says a seatbelt needs to be there. The only thing, the vehicle would, sound an alarm. So he just buckled it behind the seat so that the vehicle wouldn't sound an alarm. So it was a fatal accident. So he would have to spend few days in the hospital and all. So that made me think about long term, like how would India needs a driverless system when you have shortage of human resources. So this was in my mind throughout the years. I've been working with creating different types of products with prototypes with different types of cars, creating driverless vehicles from 2010 onwards. In 2021, when after the COVID delay, I figured out that there is a huge market out there, which is into seaports, mining and all, where there is a huge resource requirement. So what I'm building is it's a system which you have to trust the AI. So I don't know, people have noticed, I think that we have a priest over here. So I was just talking to him. So in Bible, there's a saying that, or in Hebrew, Rosh means leader. And we have particularly made that AI in blue, which means blue signifies, trust. So we are aspiring to become a trustful leader in AI, specifically in self-driving. And though it rhymes with my name, the actual...
Yeah, until
now.
So this story until now we don't know, but as Joseph mentioned, the other one should be the main reason. But it's a pretty good name actually. So again, I have seen a lot of your videos training the vehicle with multiple autos in and around you. So how do you actually made it's a community movement kind of thing, like everyone come together?
So it's quite funny, So it's a good thing and a bad thing, though. I don't know if I could share it here. So I started it in Hyderabad, though it was a Kerala startup mission registered startup. Then we got the support from Kerala Police, from Infoparks Limited, and also the government that they invited me to come back to Kochi to drive this. And I also was given some beautiful test tracks, which are basically roads inside Infoparks Limited. And anyway, since we are developing a driverless car, a set of driverless cars, what we need to do is the fundamental thing is to train the AI to give it it is when you drive in India and when compared to the rest of the world or probably the Western world, what you actually see is we are day to day we practice it. It's called defensive driving. You don't know who is going to jump next. You don't know whether it's a cattle or a person or an auto rickshaw to turn around. So what we do is we are creating the data, the foundational AI models, which is basically driving in through all these chaos. So one of those things what we do is we hire some days we hire 25 auto rickshaws for 5 hours or a full day. And then we start creating the data corpus. So he is referring, I don't know how many of you have seen this. I do have an Instagram channel for the company where we publish all these videos of how we do the training, how we do the actual AI development, which makes a car drive by itself. So that is what we specifically do. So we post we train the AI with all the foundational issues which you find in India. It could be a cattle. So we do have a whole series of video. You have seen only a little bit of it. We have published only a very little bit of it. So what we do is we tell these auto rickshaw drivers to ride it the way they want. We are not telling them the rule or go as per the rule or anything. So we get all this information. We have all the sensors which can actually capture this information, and then we have an annotation team. I also saw an annotation partner in one of our annotation partners in the gathering here. So we annotate. We teach the AI how these things would work, which is not available in the Western data sets or anything. So what we do is we train the system. We make the people drive the way they want on controlled environments, and thereby we are making the system much more smarter, so that the foundation models will be much more smarter than Waymo or Teslas would do. But that's actually a moonshot what I'm talking about. But this is what fundamentally we are building. So that's what the videos are about. We have water sprinklers which sprinkle water.
We got a lot of users, but our revenue started dropping, and then we shifted our whole revenue plan from ad-based model to IAPs, this in-app purchases that you do while you play games and other things. So this is another challenge that I can think of. Very recent one is shifting from B2C to B2B, going to enterprise clients. I think we got our first client as one of the biggest banks in Kerala. They were, I mean, very forefront to innovation thanks to Federal Bank. They were our first B2B client. But there, the entire ball game was different. I mean, with the generative AI, you can see every day new models are coming. I mean, lot of things are in flux. So every day the hyperscalers are dropping the cost of this. I mean, the LLM models and all. So, but still there is a cost that is involved that Roshan also would be knowing the training part. How to make it usable is still have that effort. So convincing them about the cost part, they also want the security part, and only the industry leaders are right now adopting it. Others are waiting for what result is going to happen. So there are also another set of challenges. But what I'm trying to say is we are really enjoying it. These challenges. After a point of time in a startup journey, you understand that this is the nature of this. If you are not ready for an adventure, never start a venture. Yeah.
Right. So roller coaster journey always.
That high. Yeah.
So Jones, what's about the major challenges you faced, the sleepless nights you have done?
I think two things come to my mind when I think about the challenges or probably near death situation you asked about. As a hardware company, one of our major resource requirement is capital. And when we started in 2016-17, it was very hard to find funds to develop the product, which I would say luckily Kerala Startup Mission, Mega Village, and at that time BPCL was able to help us support in those very timely situations where we would have run out of funds. And then unlike software startups, it is very difficult for us to generate revenue and run the company because it requires a lot of capital to do the R&D and then reach a stage at which the revenue will help us run the show actually. So we had couple of near death experience in terms of cash running out, but luckily, I don't know, some of the funds came into the right time and helped us survive those situations. So funding was one challenge in the early stages. The other challenge I could think of was basically we take a very, I would say, we take a very challenging projects. Even though we would be initially looking at probably you would be look at 50% success, we would still take up very challenging projects. And one or two projects we took up was inspecting very long tunnels, hydro tunnels actually, which is typically not possible to do inspect with conventionally with divers because it is in couple of kilometers in length, 4 or 5 kilometers, and even 10 kilometers in length. Typically, the only option they want to do the inspection is that they drain the entire water and send humans inside. What happens is in these tunnels are pressurized. Once you dewater, the tunnel will slightly collapse also. And the reason to do the inspection is to also identify where there are any collapses happen. And if a collapse happen, the entire power generation will get stopped and it will probably cut down the entire power supply to bigger cities actually. So we were asked to do this inspection, and nowhere in India those inspections were done. And typically we do in open sea or bridges, or which is very risk free. So if ever something happens, you can easily recover and do. We took up this challenging project of around 4.5 kilometers, one of the biggest companies in India, and we were doing it for the first time. We did the inspection, and I would say the second day the equipment got entangled inside the tunnel. And once it get entangled, there is no chance to get it recovered because you cannot send a human inside actually. So we had, and also we were running out of funds. If this project isn't successful and then the money doesn't come, we will again have to shut the shop. And we did a lot of things to survive, to get the equipment, but nothing worked out. But at the last minute, we developed another system at the site itself and then deployed it, and using that equipment that recovered the equipment actually. So nobody came to help the equipment retrieve. We built a makeshift system at that site itself and recovered system, which helped us complete the project. And we got the money from the client. It was a large project. contributing to around maybe 30-40% of that year's revenue actually. So we had all these technical challenges and during our time.
So that's the founder's mindset, I should say. Whatever comes, there will be a solution for that. So this would be the last question. So everyone is working on new technologies. The one thing I would like to know about the talent, and the final thing, what the state mission or the government should do to improve or accelerate the growth of the startups. Let's start with Jones.
What's the government should do and what is the
Yeah,
other?
how was the talent availability, or is there a lot of attrition kind of thing? So yeah.
Yeah. Um, what in the last 7-8 years, what I've seen is that there is a pros and cons being in Kerala. One is that definitely the attrition level is very less compared to a tier one city like Mumbai or Bangalore or even Delhi. But having said that, the availability of talent pool is less because generally people from Kerala or even Tamil Nadu or nearby states would preferably come to work in Kerala. So the availability of the entire talent pool will probably would be much less compared to the other one. Having said that, we had some people from Pune coming to Kochi and working with us actually still there. So it's not that it is impossible, but then we will have to create that environment for them also. So I think attrition level is very less, but probably the availability of talent pool is less. And then we should be also be able to increase the skill level also of the students coming out through more of internships and program. I think we have a good number of talents in Kerala. We have lot many good colleges and all. We need to tap into that students to so that we can acquire them and then and help them grow in their journey actually. In terms of what government can do, I think a lot of this finishing program, I think what ASAP is doing, I think there are some of the sectors have been definitely doing well in terms of, I think, digital marketing of other sectors. But probably, I think one of the Kerala's mission is also to become a product kind of state where we need to build skill sets in deep tech also. If we can build that skill set from the college level also, that would be great in terms of government support schemes, in terms of internships and other programs. To do a finishing school of thing, if we can do better, that would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Uh,
The same
Joseph.
question, right?
Yeah, the
Okay.
same question
Okay,
for
so
everyone.
can I ask how many of you in the room are under 30 years of age? Can you please just raise the hands? Okay. Okay, cool. So I think at least 50% are there. So as we are talking about talent, so how we see is in our company, we have an average age of around 28 or even less than that. We feel with, especially with this AI first era that we are right now, or what we are going to see in the next 10 years, I think it's very easy for the younger generation who are in their 20s and 30s right after the college to adapt to that skill of how to use these AI tools to do the job in the workplace. Because maybe all of us, at least Johns would have experience who are already in the software side. If something that would have taken 1 hour before this chat GPT, Claude and other things can be done in 5 to 10 minutes if you are focused. All right. So the way in which we see in terms of talent is, uh, so I'll try to put another parallel also. If I were to create a design or a poster, I should know some of the tools like Photoshop or Canva or anything. Now you can say it to an AI tool and create that image, right? You don't need to know how to use the tools like Photoshop or anything. So we are going to a world, especially on a entrepreneur side, there are two set of people. who are creators and marketers. If you want to create, you can create because you have a lot of intelligence that is readily available. If you have the clarity of saying it, you can create an output as a text in the form of reports, strategic documents, plans, everything, emails, whatever that is, or even say videos, images, any sort of thing can be created using AI. So it's that gap of knowing a tool is becoming less significant. So in terms of talent, I see the AI first generation who are started to using AI tools would be have എന്താ അതിനെ പറയാ കൂടുതൽ തഴക്കം ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന പറയില്ലേ ടൂൾസിനുമായിട്ട് സോ ദാറ്റ് വുഡ് ബി ദർ ആൻഡ് ദേ വുഡ് ബി ടേക്കിംഗ് എ ബിഗ് അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ഓഫ് വാട്ട് ഇസ് ഗോയിങ് ടു കം. The others, what is the bright side is we already know how to code and other things. You also can use that. But from a talent perspective, what I can see is uh, now you need to mark the value of you as a resource in a company. Either you should know how to build it or sell it. The rest of the gaps is going to be very narrow. But it doesn't mean that there won't be other roles in the companies. Like definitely there will be other roles. The cyber security becomes a bigger thing in the coming. There will be certain roles on that side also. But what I can see is in terms of a talent, if you know how to use the AI tools, that is the biggest skill that you can possess to get hired, and that is the talent, at least from our company's perspective, that we are looking for. So get familiarized, because if they have a natural tendency of, I mean, on the other side, from the government perspective, we have been a benefactor of a lot of things from the government side. So having said that, I think the perspective is more of how we should on the next 10 years. So there, I think what I have observed is there are a lot of startups is being encouraged by Kerala Startup Mission and the government side. So to a point up to scale, we know how to do. From the point to scale, we are still learning how to do it. So, and Kerala is not, I mean, we have a unique way of unique advantages. We should use that. We might not be able to replicate what Bangalore, or we don't have that much area. And the rule of the land is also a thing. So we should find other ways. Definitely there would be ways in which hardware startups can thrive, but from a software point of view, build in Kerala, sell it to the world. That is now possible. On the other side also, if you are a 5-member company or a 50-member company, still you can be a unicorn, which was not the case before Gen AI. So I am eyeing on these factors, and we want to continue to be Kerala like we did it in the past 12 years, because we have seen companies, because of the necessary reasons, they migrate once they plan to scale. But now we can have a 10-member or a 50-member company and still make it into a unicorn. So I'm very excited about what is going to unfold. Yeah.
Okay, great. Roshi, what about you?
Yeah, so prior to starting this, I was with TCS, and in Kochi itself, I built like 8 to 10 years ago. I built a 400-member AI-focused team right in Kochi itself. So even with Roche AI, we are most of my team is from all around India and around the world as well. They are okay to come to Kochi because the work is challenging, right? I most of the time hire from IITs. We do campus selection drives in IITs itself. I have most of my deep tech algorithm development team from IIT Kharagpur, IIT Mumbai, IIT Madras. So they don't have any challenge relocating to Kochi. So what I personally believe is that if the work is challenging, these tier one colleges or tier one like the IITs, IIScs, NITs, the candidates from or the students from or even lateral hires, they are okay to relocate to a place like Kochi, where which is like 5 years behind Bangalore or 7 years behind Bangalore. They're okay to do it because the culture is, the nightlife is better, and all those things are there. So So they ask about the nightlife because it's not about being a software engineer, being working on deep tech doesn't mean that they have to work for 24 hours. Like they need to have some time for themselves. They have to go out and they have to explore the place. So one of those things which these guys who came from North India told me that my office is in Kakinad. We have around 160 tourist spots, which is around 60 kilometers around Kakinad, it seems. Seriously. So this is the number he gave me. So like I don't see it as a challenge.
Yeah, we
Yeah. So
didn't know
we
that.
don't know
Yeah.
that. That's the point. So these guys go for kayaking or trekking. It's a unique thing. Since we are all from Kerala, we haven't noticed it. You can go to the mountains in the morning and by afternoon you can reach the beach. Which when I thought about this when I was visiting Chile for an event. They were telling that if you go 200 kilometers that side, you can be at the Alps at the mountains, and if you come 200 kilometers this side, I said we can do it in like 120 kilometers over there. So they were talking about I can eat fish in the morning and I can climb up the mountain. It seems so I can also do that because I'm in Kerala, right? That's one thing. There's an old saying in Malayalam that നെല്ല് പത്തായത്തിലുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എലി പുല്ലൊരുന്നും വരും അങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. So I believe in that fact because if your work is like really strong, if the problem is challenging, and whenever we take people from IITs and all those things, the only request which they're having is please don't keep us idle, right? Please don't keep us idle. There was an old time when I used to hire an apartment or rent an apartment and then put people over there and they work over there. The only time when I get to see them is I have to cut the internet. Then they come out. Internet work aaliya. So that's what they will come and ask. So that's point number one. Point number two, about the government. So I think you would be the right person to say this, Ashok. You can see that there are so many VCs coming right to KSUMs specifically to identify unique startups, deep tech startups or non-deep tech startups. We are giving all the facilities and we have certain unique ideas. Like if you see, can you spot one more startup which is into building electric boats, solar powered electric boats? This is the first startup which did that. Like we can say that there are so many first things which is brought from Kerala, right? That's the end of the story. But after that, what? So there is a saying like you can become rich, but it is easily, but it is difficult to maintain being rich. This is the challenge. So what we need to think about is about not just about the idea, it's about to scale it up internationally so that you can bring in more business. So I did my PhD in robotics and AI. It was like 21 years ago. So my idea was not to go to US and then settle over there. I would have got a better life over there, much more convenient life. I would say. I wouldn't say better, a convenience. But I chose to stay back in India because I had a firm belief that you can bring all these deep tech and all these technologies right to India so that we can work on this. So whenever I go to VCs, I say that I develop driverless cars. They have this face, they have this expression on their face, which is like unbelievable. Or what are you doing here? I saw the same expressions when I was doing PhD. When I go to conferences and when I talk to people, I say that I'm doing my PhD in robotics. They will say that why do you want to do PhD in robotics in India? Here, human labor is so cheap, right? So our idea is to find out how we can innovate with the knowledge which we build so that we can scale up or we can reduce the or increase the return of investment or improve the return of investment in shorter period of time for a customer in a very complex business terms, right? So it's something I firmly believe that we can do wonders in Kerala, though we don't have the rich people which you find in Hyderabad, where the disparity between being rich and non being rich or a regular is like too different, too large. But here there is a scope. I see that in the next 5 years we are going to have certain huge breakthroughs because of the movement of people from all these tier one cities to places like Kochi. Yeah, I'm totally optimistic about it.
Great to hear that. Yeah. Sandit.
Yeah, from the talent perspective, what we see is the three areas for us. One is a design, the boards, what we do. Two is the systems, the battery and other things. And third is the manufacturing. So design, Kochi is the actually maritime hub for design. So many design companies who are relocating to Cochin. So there, anyway, there's no issue of talent. Battery systems, those, of course, Cochin is not the best place in India because Pune and other places are there. But there are something specific you need on top of typical EV batteries. Hence, us being in Cochin is also fine. Manufacturing, if you are doing a very low tech manufacturing, Kerala is not the place. But if you are doing slightly some more tech is there, some skill is higher skill is there, this is the best place because we have done both manufacturing in UP, in Maharashtra. We have found it so difficult to execute certain projects because of availability of skilled labor. Kerala is far better in that when you need that high skill labor. This is at least my observation in these three areas. With regards to what government can do and what they are doing very well, doing very well for the startups in early stage until you reach that about 15, 20 crore turnover. Kerala, that's the reason why KSM also win awards all the year. Once you go beyond the 20 crore, many of these, the working capital issue what John's mentioned, this starts hitting you. The banks, since they always see the past, so having a big order book, you cannot execute. I think what he faces, we also have similar. So people like us then go to equity as a source for uh, getting the working capital, which is a bad thing to do in theory or in practice, but we are forced to do that, which is exactly what we had to do now to raise equity money to manage the working capital. So if there is some way, there is already an excellent scheme from KFC, government scheme for PO-based financing. But that is again, till you are about 25 crore, it's fine. But once you go to bigger and bigger projects, these things will help you leapfrog in terms of turnover. Otherwise, you do a gradual. If you depend on banks, you do a gradual growth. But if you have certain better schemes, you can jump, become turnover twice, thrice each year. That is the only thing I can.
Okay, thanks, Sandit. So that was an amazing discussion, is what we believe. So can we have one question or something like that, considering the time constraints? Any questions, please?
Hi, I'm Deepthi. I'm an engineering student. So, being an engineering student, many of us have heard the term get a safe job. So, as the lead icons from Kerala, you've all taken the big leap, right? So, when do you think is the right time for us to stop being an employee and start thinking like a founder? When do you think that we should really think like that?
And you stop asking that question. You already have that answer, then you don't.
Uh, yeah, right now you are in doing the engineering, right? Okay. I think the answer is something that she has to find out when she has to start it. But some pointers here, if you see this panel, some of them have worked in some organization, then started the company. There are people like me who haven't worked in any company right after the college started. There are a lot of examples you can see started from the college itself. So there is no one answer to it. I mean, uh, going for is like I mentioned, starting a venture. If you see, you can make money the next day. You can have a great life. That is not the truth. I would say everyone would say that. It is like you're an engineering student, so you have seen the sinusoidal wave, right? Up and down and up. So that's how the journey is. But make sure that the graph is going up. That's what people who start a venture trying to do. I mean, there will be ups and downs, but you make sure that it is going all together, the graph is going up. And this would take at least 8 years kind of a time. So is it worth investing your time is also a question that you have to ask before starting any venture. I mean,
Or you could have joined MBBS, I believe.
Yeah. So there are different options to look at it. So this would be anyway thrilling if you see it. You have that perspective of enjoying those challenges, taking these as opportunities to learn. Because when we starting the company, if you say that you are running a startup, most of them won't know what that is. And also, I don't think that it is the ultimate good, but you don't even get a good proposal from the marriage industry. I mean, that was the scenario. We all had placements at that time, but we chose to start the company, my partners. So what I'm trying to say is, it's more should come from you. What is it the right time to start it? If you ask me, if you have any interest in starting a business, try to start it now in the college itself, because your risk appetite will only come down as you age. You'll have other responsibilities taking care of. So
My 2 cents on that.
yeah.
See, first of all, we have to understand how a business works, right? So when you, nothing against you, okay? So whatever you said, it's better. My personal belief is it's better to work somewhere for 1 or 2 years and gain some experience on systematically doing things, right? When you work in a corporate or any of those companies, you have a systematic way of doing it. If that is a traditional long time company, they would have a process for everything, right? A process for everything. They would have written a process for everything because they have faced these kinds of challenges. If you started without any prior experience, you will miss out a lot of these kinds of structured executing methodologies which you would have learned in a proper established company, right? Startups are different. Startups is like it's a war footing, like every day is a war. You don't have any, sometimes you may not have structure to it. So to understand the structure, I would always recommend to work somewhere, mainstream some company for 1 or 2 years, not more than that. Make bare minimum money for you to live. Uh, so I don't know if you know swimming. Do you know swimming? I'm asking you. Little bit. So when you before you learn swimming, it's such a laborious task. You feel that how do I fill my lungs with so much of air so that I can swim from here to there? Once when you start swimming, you will know that you don't need that much air. You need only a little bit of air for you to swim from. It's much more easier than walking if you are really good at swimming. I felt it more like that. Before starting the startup, it was like I was thinking about the whole expenses which would come, and I don't have that much of savings to run the expenses and all. But actually, no, you don't need that much money. You need only a little bit of money to start. You have to come out with an idea which is strong enough so that you can convince a VC or somebody who is planning to invest in your. Never ever put your own money onto this. You have an idea, you show us MVP, a minimum viable product. You'll get a feedback from a lot of people, and then you start. So to do that, to get that structured feeling of doing things, you have to. This is not Silicon Valley. This is India. India people have to see the revenue for them to invest in your idea. In the Silicon Valley, you say that you come out with a kick-ass idea, and they will say that okay, I'll pour money onto it. It doesn't work here. Here you'll have to show that this is working, and nobody knows. Who even the VCs who are coming and visiting you don't have any clue. Even though they show that they know everything, they have no clue. If you are capable of simplifying, telling the idea in a very simple term, this is how I'm going to make money. This is the business model. This is the unit economics. You understand the word unit economics. What are you selling? What is the margin? What is your idea? That is scalable. If you're able to come out with these small factors, first to get a job and understand how business works, and then get into it. Instead of understanding how a business works, instead of if you just jump into a business, you don't know, like you'll drown. Otherwise, on the other side, if you learn from all the, like, because you feel like here, if you see that there are so many people who have started business, who have succeeded, somebody who have failed, you learn from the people who failed, why they failed. And there are like zillions of books out there which says all these things. It is not about you wake up today morning and you feel that okay, I'll become an entrepreneur today. It's not like that. Like Sanjay said in the beginning of this session, that at some point in time you have that call, you have that calling, right? Which makes you feel that I shouldn't be doing this. I should be an entrepreneur. I should be giving jobs, or making people, or giving employment to people. It's a different perspective. It takes time. If you feel that you want to do it, learn more about it. And most of the people, like if you ask anybody, like if you have thousands of, or hundreds of people, they will mess up your thought. But or two different options, correct? So see, nothing personal about what he said, but this is my perspective about it. So learn from failures. You have to get up and run as quick as possible. Otherwise, there will be people around there, because we are in an area where we are in an era where everybody is connected to internet. Everybody has this access to all these Perplexity, Gemini, ChatGPT, where they will be comparing all these things. But there is something known as intuition. That intuition, you only have it. If you feel that, you come out with the business model, convince people to invest money in it, drive it. That's the point. I hope I confused you more, or we confused you more, but
I think I just share my thoughts also very quickly. So it also depends on what kind of industry or business you're trying to build. Let's say if you're trying to build very sophisticated, high tech, very with particularly some industries like probably Sandeep is working in maritime sector, Roshi is working on very high tech. So when you work on those sector, it always helps to have the right connections, network, and the ability to manage and run the business. But let's say Riafe or Joseph build is a consumer and product. It's kind of understanding the pulse of the customers and building. And I think it's a different skill sets and how you want to build. So if you are trying to build something very like Facebook or something which was built from the college dorms, I think it would be better to build from the college itself. And if you're trying to build something very complicated or very industry driven, which is more to B2B and all, it would have always be beneficial to start having some experience. And that's what I could think of. But if I go back to my college and ask the same question, I would definitely attempt something to do which gives me an experience of building a company, which same as Joseph said, to give the experience of what are the challenges of building the company. But eventually, having said that, it's always a choice for you to whether work or start a company depending on what kind of business you want to build actually.
Yeah, okay. So I guess she's little confused, but you will definitely figure it out. Early stage, if you are looking on tech, just build something. You will have that experience also. Use that for to get hired by someone with better salary, and then come back and jump into the startup story. So now the entire cycle covered.
improve your communication skills. That's the only thing which I would say. To improve your communication skills, to articulate the idea to a lot of people. See, even if you have chat GPTs or whatever you call, whatever people are asking, or the AI guys are telling you, can you simplify the idea which you have? Can you say it simple? Can you make the language simple so that you'll be able to explain to somebody that what exactly you want to do? That helps.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for hearing us also. Yeah.
Check, check. So I think that was really engaging and informative sections. Yeah, the knowledge and the passion you have said were really efforts to us. It's a really a big thing. It was an amazing section, yes. And to express our gratitude, I kindly request our the Srikuti, our program manager, KDIST, to come to the stage to present a memento to our moderator, Ashok Kurian. Kindly requesting Srikuti, our program manager, KDIST, to present a memento to our moderator, Ashok K. Kurian. Thank you so much, sir. And also, with all love and respect, we would like to express our gratitude to give a small gift to the dignitaries on the dais, kindly requesting Deepak L. Ashwini, the chairman, the managing director of Ashwini Landmarks Group. Let's give him a warm applause. Yes, we have Deepak sir here. Requesting to hand over a small gift to all the dignitaries on the dais. So kindly requesting all the dignitaries to take a picture. So yes, it's time to say cheese. Once again, thank you so much, estimated guests, for a wonderful section. So please be seated. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moving to our next section, dive into Pride of Kerala, global companies, local roots. And now, first and foremost, kindly requesting everyone, please be seated. Our next section is about to begin. Kindly, everyone, please be seated. Yes, thank you. And we are moving to our next section, Pride of Kerala, global companies, local roots. And first and foremost, we would like to welcome Ani Vinod Manjula, the Associate Director, Double Horse. With all love and respect, we would like to welcome Ani Vinod Manjula. Let's give him a warm applause. So yes, thank you so much. And it's our immense pleasure to welcome Deepak L. Ashwini, the Chairman Managing Director of Ashwini Lachman's Group. We have Deepak L. Ashwini here. Let's give them a big round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, with all love and respect, I would like to welcome John K. Paul, the Managing Director, Popular Vehicles and Service Limited. So we have John K. Paul. Need a warm applause. And next, kindly requesting Ruba Jor, Executive Director, OEN India Limited, to come to the dais. Kindly requesting Ruba George to the dais. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sheila Kochosev, the Managing Director, We Star Creations. Kindly requesting to join on the dais. Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, we are really happy to announce our moderator, Mr. Vivek Krishna Govind, the President, Chair Kerala. We kindly, lovingly welcome Mr. Vivek Krishna Govind. So yes, our section is about to begin. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. Warm welcome to our session. We are going to be extremely relaxed here. It's going to be, we're all we've all known each other for many years. We share good personal rapport and chemistry here. So there are a few thoughts which we've informally discussed, but as we go along, we'll just take the discussion forward. I would also request some of you here, if you have any queries, you can also pop up in between and interrupt, and feel free. Over the next 50 minutes to 1 hour, we'll be discussing on a very, very interesting topic. And before I commence, let me first take the opportunity to congratulate KDisc for a phenomenal event here over 2 days, multiple venues. As we can see, this is almost like a festival celebrating the skilling in Kerala. And from this morning, there have been, I think we were just going through the brochure and the list of panelists, more than 100 speakers. Virtually every topic that we can think about is there in the course of the 2 day conference here. So what we are here to talk about, the topic here is about leadership and how entities from Kerala, homegrown, local companies can actually go global. So first we'll talk about going pan-India and then how it can go global. So I'm by profession, I'm a chartered accountant, part of Varma and Varma Chartered Accountants, and all of us are very much involved in various ways in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. I would request all our panelists to take 3-4 minutes and just quickly tell a bit about yourself, what you do, what has been your journey, so that all of us here are on the same page. Over to you. To start with, Rupa, over to you.
Okay, I'm Rupa George. I work for, I'm the executive director of OEN India Limited. We manufacture electromechanical components for automotive and industrial. We also do custom built products for defense, HAL, all defense clients, etc. So that's what we do. We've got a manufacturing plant in Cochin and Pune, and we have about between the two about 2,000 employees together.
Hi, hello everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Annie Vinod Manjala. I'm an associate director with Manjala's Food Tech. We run the brand called Double Horse, which we hope is your stable comfort food. This is your puttupodi, appampodi, payasam mixes, etc. As a company, we try to play in the space of consumer packaged food, ambient products, of course, and we try to be at the intersection of health, nutrition, and convenience. Now, coming back to our topic, which is the global part of our business, we try to go wherever Malayalis go. So as Malayalis started migrating to the Middle East in the early 80s and 90s, we started exporting our products to the GCC countries. And as migration moved further west in the early and mid 2000s, we started setting up a distribution network in USA, Canada, Australia, etc. And today we export to 30 countries, and about 25% of our revenue comes from exports. That's about it.
Hi, I'm Sheila. Do lingeries for women and innerwears for men and kids. I started my company in 1995 with about 10 employees, and now we have about 220 direct employees and another 1,000 women engaged in the production of innerwears. Also, we have exclusive outlets. We have 56 outlets in Kerala and 2 outlets in Coimbatore. We started spreading to other states as well. And we have also leisure wear, sleepwear, and things, products like that. And we do the production in SSI units, all run by charitable organizations and mainly poor women from poor families. They are our employees. And I'm really happy that I could give employment for about 1,000 women from poor families. That's we start. Thank you.
I'm Deepak Aswani, and I'm heading the Aswani Lakshmandas Group. Firm started by my father around 70 years back in Kerala in the backward district of Wayanad at that time. We are into distribution in various facets, right from the Pettikada right up to the hypermarkets. We are distributors for ITC, First Cry, Raymond's, Jockey, and we are also into textile retailing. And I still remember when I first came into Kerala, where the only set of clothing for men used to be just a Ottimunda, to now we've just opened our latest venture dealing with international fabric, which shows that Kerala has come of age. Thank you.
Good afternoon. എൻ്റെ പേര് ജോൺ കെ പോൾ. I represent കുട്ടുകാരൻ ഗ്രൂപ്പ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ മെയിൻ ബിസിനസ് കാർ ഡീലർഷിപ്പാണ്. കാർ ഡീലർഷിപ്പ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കേരളം മുതലേ ഇന്ന് സദൺ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സിൽ മിക്കവാറും മെജോറിറ്റി ഓഫ് ദ സദൺ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സിലുണ്ട്. അത് കൂടാതെ മഹാരാഷ്ട്രയിലും ആസ് ഓഫ് ലാസ്റ്റ് വീക്ക് ഇൻ പഞ്ചാബ് ഓൾസോ. In our dealerships, our employment is around, since we're talking about skilling, we employ more than 10,000 people. Okay. Probably about 8,000, 7,500 in Kerala and the rest outside. We also have two skilling units. One is called KIHRD, Kutugar Institute for Human Resource Development, and the other one is KPTC, Kutugaran Polytechnic College. ഇത് രണ്ടും ഇവിടെ അടുത്ത് തന്നെയാണ്, പറൂര് അടുത്താണ്. ആൻഡ് അവിടെ വി ഹാവ് അബൌട്ട് 1,200, 1,300 ചിൽഡ്രൻ നൗ. ഈ പോളിടെക്നിക്കിൽ ഏറ്റെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത് 2 കൊല്ലമായിട്ടുള്ളൂ. KHRD കുറേ കൊല്ലങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ്സ് ബോത്ത് ആർ പ്യുവർലി സ്കില്ലിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ്സ്. ഓക്കെ. ആൻഡ് as far as international thing is concerned, probably if you go to the Middle East, ഏത് ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ സർവീസ് സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ പോയാലും പോപ്പുലർന്ന് ആളില്ലാത്തൊരു ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ അവിടെ കാണില്ല. So that's our contribution to skilling from Kerala.
Wonderful. I think one more round. Probably some of the now that all of you have got to know the speakers and the organizations they represent. ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരോടും ഒരു ചോദ്യം കൂടെ ഒന്ന് ചോദിക്കാം about a little bit about the history about each of your organizations. I'll start from John K. Paul, who heads Popular Group. What history of the organization? എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇത് തുടങ്ങിയത്? അത് എങ്ങനെ over the last 8-10 decades how it has grown?
ഈ കൊല്ലം ഞങ്ങൾ 86 കൊല്ലം ഐ ബിസിനസ്സിലെ ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ട്. ഓക്കെ. തൃശ്ശൂരിൽ നിന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ തൃശ്ശൂരും ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത്. വി ഹാവ് ഇൻ ദ ഓട്ടോമൊബൈൽ sector, dealership sector, we have over 450 touch points, okay, across India, and about 8 different dealerships. From commercial vehicles, Tata commercial, to Bharat Benz commercial, then cars, Maruti, Honda, and JLR, that is Jaguar Land Rover. Plus ഇപ്പോൾ ഏത്ര scooters ഉണ്ട്. And one thing we are proud of is our people are mostly trained, and as of now, without training, we don't take anybody to work. Okay. All the technicians who have gone abroad, they're all very, very skilled, and it's been our history that in most competitions, for Maruti competition or world competitions, our people represent the companies. Okay. That's our focus on training. I think ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് നമുക്ക് ആര് വേണമെങ്കിലും അതുപോലെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് എടുക്കാം. ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനിൽ എൻട്രി പോയിന്റിൽ we train them for 45 days with residential training. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ അവരെ ജോലിക്ക് എടുക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ. What happens is, it's not just purely technical training, it's also behavioral training. How to manage people, how to manage their managers, how to manage their colleagues, how to get along well, and that camaraderie so that people work well. Okay. Last 40, 42 years, our dealerships, we don't have any organized unions or any union for that matter. And it's never been, we have never lost any manpower because of, uh, I mean, labor unrest. So that's probably tells you how we look after our people. I think though many people say, how do you run a business in Kerala and that too with so many people. We have, okay, old days we have had issues, but last 40, 45 years we have never had an issue.
Bit about how you came into Kerala and coming in from across the border. That's a very interesting story of the group.
I did mention that my father settled about 70 years back in Kerala, but we are a family that was affected by the partition in 1947. We're actually Sindhis, and we had to leave virtually by the skin of our teeth and skin actually, and penniless virtually. My father and mother had to come separately from erstwhile Sindh, which is now in Pakistan. As Hindus, we had to uh, rush out to India for our lives. My mother was actually carrying two babes, and they somehow managed to come across to India. And I think the first 5, 6 years, they were like nomads traveling to various parts of India, trying to settle down. And finally, because of the wonderful climate that we had in Quetta, my father found Wellington near Ooty to be the right place to settle down. So, with the help of the army, he managed to get into the Defense Services Staff College, and they set up canteens across the army units for MRC and the Staff College. But then, when the stores were taken over, he was left jobless again. And then, fortunately, with the contacts that he had with the various companies, the opportunity was there given to him to set up an ITC distribution point at Wayanad. Wayanad in 55 was like mosquitoes were like Jurassic Park. And my father used to virtually live off a van, I mean, a lorry turned into a truck while we were staying in Ooty and studied there. From that day till now, where we now have 14 units and roughly about 1,000 staff, we are into trading in a big way, and we deal with more than 10 to 12,000 dealers. And we're into all sorts of products from FMCG to tobacco to textiles. And we've done construction business. We've done one of the best villa projects in Cochin. And the entire family is into the business. But our biggest asset has been the human capital that we have. Although we are I mean, a little fair skinned and always called North Indians and things like that, but I think I'm a more local Malayali. I know all the bad words in Malayalam, and I'm able to get along with every single staff of mine. And the best part about Kerala is that it's because of the literacy and uh, the urge to learn fast that we are able to get along with people so well. And if you set an example and you lead from the front, and people sort of worship you like God. So getting a team to work in Kerala is not as tough as what people profess it to be as. And skill development happens naturally across the way. There is no end to education. Till your last breath, you're learning, and the last breath will be learning how to die. So, what I always tell my people is learning is a continuous process. The more you learn, the more valuable your business becomes. And the more you value your people. I have a sentence which a very wonderful gentleman has spoken today. It says, institutions that invest in people and stand with their communities leave behind the only legacy that truly matters. And I think that's what we are heading towards with our entire family into business and looking at the employees as the larger family. Thank you.
I think when Shilanti പറയുമ്പോൾ അതിലേക്ക് being a spouse of കൊച്ചോസഫും കൂടെ ഒന്ന് കവർ ചെയ്യാൻ ബിഫോർ യു സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ഇത്രയും ഒരു ഫസ്റ്റ് ജെൻ ഓൺടർപ്രണർ ആയിട്ട് while he was building his business and taking it forward, you decided to do something totally unconnected. അതും കൂടെ ഒന്ന് കവർ ചെയ്താൽ will be nice.
See, I got married in 1977. അപ്പോൾ he had just started his V-Guard 6 months back. അപ്പോൾ 6 മാസമായിട്ടുള്ളൂ V-Guard തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട്. അത്രയും ചെറിയൊരു സമയത്തിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിലാണ് ഞാൻ V-Guardനെ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് V-Guard കാണുന്നത്. അപ്പം അന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ എറണാകുളത്ത് വന്ന് താമസമാക്കി. അപ്പോൾ അന്ന് മാസം 50 സ്റ്റെബിലൈസറാണ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത് ഞാൻ കല്യാണം കഴിക്കുമ്പോൾ. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് സോ യങ്. പിന്നെ അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ V-Guardന്റെ വളർച്ച ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട് ഫ്രം സ്ക്രാച്ച്, അതിങ്ങനെ വളർന്നു വരുന്നത്. സോ ആക്ച്വലി മൈ ഫാദർ ഓൾസോ വാസ് എ ബിസിനസ് മാൻ. ഹി ഹാഡ് ടെക്സ്റ്റൈൽ ആൻഡ് ജ്വല്ലറി ഷോപ്പ്. സോ ഈ തുണികളായിട്ടുള്ള പരിചയം എനിക്ക് പണ്ടേ ഉണ്ട്, ചെറുപ്പത്തിലേ ഉണ്ട്. ബിക്കോസ് വി ആർ സ്റ്റേയിങ് ജസ്റ്റ് ബിഹൈൻഡ് ദ ഷോപ്പ്. അപ്പോൾ സ്കൂൾ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കടയിൽ പോയിരുന്ന് തുണികളൊക്കെ കാണുക, എന്താണ് കോട്ടൺ, എന്താണ് സിൽക്ക് എന്നൊക്കെ എനിക്ക് വളരെ ചെറുപ്പം മുതലേ അറിയാം. അപ്പം തയ്ക്കാനൊക്കെ ഇഷ്ടമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഒരു ടൈലർ ഉണ്ട്, ആ ടൈലർ തയ്ക്കുന്നു. അപ്പം അന്ന് എൻ്റെ ആംബിഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എനിക്ക് ടൈലർ ആവണം എന്നായിരുന്നു. പഠിക്കാൻ ഡോക്ടറും എഞ്ചിനീയറും ഒന്നുമല്ല, കാരണം അതാണ് ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് വലുതായി കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴാണ് എനിക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യണം, എനിക്ക് തയ്ക്കാനും അതൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര ഒരു പാഷനാണ്. അപ്പം എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യണം എന്നൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരാഗ്രഹം. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ ഹസ്ബൻഡ് പറഞ്ഞു V-Guardലേക്ക് വാ, എന്നെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. സോ ഐ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ഗോയിങ് ടു V-Guard. ഞാൻ അവിടെ ഒരു 6 മാസം പോയി. അത് ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സ് ഒക്കെയാണ്, രൂപയുടെ ഒക്കെ ബിസിനസ്സാണ്, ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സും അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ. എനിക്ക് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു പിടിയില്ല. ഞാൻ ഹോം സയൻസ് ഒക്കെയാണ് പഠിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം എനിക്ക് ടൈലറിങ് ഇഷ്ടമാണ്, കുക്കിംഗ് ഇഷ്ടമാണ്, ഗാർഡനിങ്, എനിക്ക് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഹോം ആർട്സ് അതൊക്കെയാണ് എനിക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഇഷ്ടം. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ മുഴുവൻ കെമിസ്ട്രിയും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫിസിക്സോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സോ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. എനിക്കതിനോടൊന്നും തീരെ താല്പര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ 6 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഞാൻ വരാതിരിക്കുന്ന നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നല്ലത്, ഞാൻ വന്നാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഗുണം ഉണ്ടാവില്ല, ദോഷം ചിലപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാവുകയും ചെയ്യും. അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്നെ പ്ലീസ് വെറുതെ വിടുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ അവിടുന്ന് രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടു. അങ്ങനെ പിന്നെ അപ്പോഴും എനിക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ വെറുതെ വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് കുക്കിംഗ് ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്വഭാവം എനിക്കില്ല. അതുപോലെ TV കാണാതൊന്നും എനിക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമല്ല. എനിക്ക് എപ്പോഴും എന്തെങ്കിലും ക്രിയേറ്റീവായിട്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണം. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ ചെറിയൊരു ഷോപ്പായിട്ടാണ് ആദ്യം തുടങ്ങിയത്. പക്ഷെ ആ ഷോപ്പ് അത് ടേക്ക് ഓഫ് ചെയ്തില്ല. അപ്പം ഞാൻ ആ ഡ്രസ്സുകളൊക്കെ കൊണ്ട് നന്നായിട്ട് സെയിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ഷോപ്പുകളിലേക്ക് പോയി. അവിടുന്ന് ഓർഡേഴ്സ് എടുത്തിട്ട് അവിടെ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങി. അത് സൽവാർ കമ്മീസ് ആയിരുന്നു. അന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ സൽവാർ കമ്മീസ് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. എല്ലാവരും സാരി അതുവരെ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. ഞാനൊക്കെ കോളേജിലേക്ക് എൻ്റെ യൂണിഫോമൊക്കെ സാരി ആയിരുന്നു, വേറെ ഡ്രസ്സൊന്നും തന്നില്ല. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ ഇത് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നു. അപ്പം അതിൽ കുറേ ഇന്നോവേഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഞാൻ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. ഇപ്പം ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ഓണായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഫുൾ കേരള ഡ്രസ്സുകൾ റോഡ് മുഴുവൻ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കാണാം. പക്ഷെ അന്ന് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംഭവം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഞാനാണ് കേരള കസവ് വെച്ചിട്ട് സൽവാർ കമ്മീസും അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഇന്ത്യൻ ഡ്രസ്സുകൾ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ചത് ഞാനായിരുന്നു. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇപ്പം അത് ഭയങ്കര ട്രെൻഡായി. അവിടെ നിന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ട് പിന്നെ അത് വന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഞാനത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇന്നർവെയറിലേക്ക് കടന്നു. ഇന്നർവെയറിലേക്ക് കടന്നപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നി അതാണ് എനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ഒന്നും കൂടെ എളുപ്പം, കേരളത്തിൽ ഇരുന്നുകൊണ്ട്. കാരണം ഇവിടെ ഒരു പ്രിന്റിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ് ഇല്ല, ഒരു ഡൈയിങ് യൂണിറ്റ് ഇല്ല. ഒരു ദുപ്പട്ട ഡൈ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ബോംബെയിലേക്ക് അയക്കണം അന്ന്, ഇപ്പൊ പിന്നെയും ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ ഇത് ചെയ്തു തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നി ഇതിനാണ് എനിക്ക് ഒരു ക്രിയേറ്റീവായിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക. അന്ന് നല്ല ഇന്നോവേഴ്സ് ഇവിടെ കിട്ടാനും ഇല്ല. പക്ഷെ എൻ്റെ ഹസ്ബൻഡിനോട് പോലും ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു സാധനം ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന്. ബ്രാ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പോവാ. അപ്പോൾ അന്നാണെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന അറിയുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെ കിട്ടാനില്ല, എനിക്കും അറിയില്ല. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സൽവാർ കമ്മീസൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്ന പാറ്റേൺ മാസ്റ്ററും കൂടി ഇരുന്നിട്ടാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ പാറ്റേണും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്നതും അതിൻ്റെ സൈസ് ഗ്രേഡിങ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും പഠിച്ച് അങ്ങനെയാണ് സാമ്പിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നതും ഇന്നർവെയറിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നതും. അത് കടന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ കടകളിൽ ഈ പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭയങ്കര ഇഷ്ടമായി. പക്ഷെ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ബ്രാൻഡിനെക്കാളൊക്കെ ഒരു 5-6 രൂപ കൂടുതലായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ പ്രോഡക്റ്റിന്. അപ്പൊ അത് ഭയങ്കര ഒരു റെസിസ്റ്റൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു മാർക്കറ്റിൽ. ഇതെന്താ അങ്ങനെ, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ധൈര്യം വന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിച്ചു എൻ്റെ സെയിൽസ് എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ്സിനോട്. അപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മതി, ഇത് അതിനേക്കാളും ബെസ്റ്റ് ക്വാളിറ്റിയാണ്, ആ ക്വാളിറ്റിക്ക് പ്രൈസ് ഉണ്ട് എന്ന്. അങ്ങനെ എനിക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് മാർക്കറ്റ് പിടിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റി. പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ വിമൻസ് പാൻറ്റി തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നെ ബ്രാകൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് 100 തരം ബ്രാ ഉണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ, അതാരും വിശ്വസിക്കില്ല. മോർ ദാൻ 100 ഡിസൈൻസ് വി ഹാവ് ഇൻ ബ്രാ. പിന്നെ പാൻറ്റി, പിന്നെ മെൻസ് ഇന്നവെയർ തുടങ്ങി, ബ്രീഫ്, വെസ്റ്റ്, ട്രങ്ക്സ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ്. പിന്നെ കിഡ്സ് ഇന്നവേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, ലെഗിങ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു ബ്ലൗസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഒരു മാജിക് ബ്ലൗസ്. അത് അമ്മയ്ക്കും മോൾക്കൊക്കെ ഇടാം, അതുപോലെ പാകാവും, രണ്ടുപേർക്കും ഒരുപോലെ ഇടാവുന്നതാണ്. നിങ്ങളൊരു 10 കിലോ കൂടിയാലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇടാം, 10 കിലോ കുറഞ്ഞാലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇടാം. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ബ്ലൗസ്, അതൊക്കെ ഞാൻ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തു. അതൊക്കെ വളരെ എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ന്യൂ കസ്റ്റമേഴ്സിനെ കിട്ടാനും എനിക്കത് സഹായിച്ചു. ഞങ്ങൾ എക്സ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഗൾഫ് കൺട്രീസിലേക്ക് മാത്രം. അവിടെ ആണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അധികം കസ്റ്റമേഴ്സ്. അപ്പം ദുബായ്, ഖത്തർ, ബഹ്റിൻ, സൗദി അറേബ്യ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്കൊക്കെ എക്സ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതാണ് വി സ്റ്റാറിന്റെ ഒരു ഹിസ്റ്ററി. ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ഇപ്പൊ കേരളത്തിൽ എവിടെ നോക്കിയാലും ഞങ്ങളുടെ എക്സ്ക്ലൂസീവ് ഔട്ട്ലെറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അത് തുടങ്ങാൻ കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ആദ്യം ഞങ്ങൾ വേറെ കടകളിലായിരുന്നു കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങളാണെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാ മാസവും ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ പുതിയ പുതിയ പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കും. പക്ഷെ ഇതൊന്നും എല്ലാ കടക്കാരും ഇത് സ്റ്റോക്ക് ചെയ്യില്ല. അവർ ഏറ്റവും ഫാസ്റ്റ് മൂവിങ്, ഏറ്റവും വില കുറഞ്ഞത് മാത്രം സ്റ്റോക്ക്. അപ്പൊ എന്റെ ഡ്രീം പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് ഒക്കെ അവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ വെയർ ഹൗസിൽ ഇരിക്കുക. അതൊന്നും ആർക്കും വേണ്ട, കാരണം വില കൂടുതലാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ എക്സ്ക്ലൂസീവ് ഔട്ട്ലെറ്റ് തുടങ്ങിയേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. വേറെ എനിക്കൊരു മാർഗ്ഗമില്ല എൻ്റെ പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് കസ്റ്റമറിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാനായിട്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു കട തുടങ്ങി 7 വർഷം മുമ്പാണ് തുടങ്ങിയത്. അത് സെൻട്രൽ സ്ക്വയറിലാണ് തുടങ്ങി, എറണാകുളത്ത്. അത് നല്ല സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിരുന്നു. അതിനുശേഷം തുടങ്ങി ഇപ്പൊ 56 കടകളായി 7 കൊല്ലം കൊണ്ട്. അടുത്ത വർഷം ഒരു 100 ഷോപ്പായിരിക്കും എൻ്റെ ഒരു എയിം. താങ്ക് യു. Alright, so much like John sir said, Double Horse also started in Thrissur. It was in the year 1969 by my grandfather, Emo John. Rice trader ആയിട്ട് തൃശ്ശൂരിൽ അരിയങ്ങാടിയിലാണ് തുടങ്ങിയത് business. And as he started trading in rice, he understood that there was no quality standardization for rice. That's when he learned about destoning, sortexing process. And then he set up Kerala's first sortex mill for rice. At the kind of him, he understood there's also a need to brand the rice. Only then will people know what does this quality stand for. And that's how we started initially under the brand ST Rice in 1980s and then moved to Double Horse. And once that started, 1990s again was mostly rice business that we focused on. 1995 we wanted to do non-rice business. So that is the flours, where we realized people were otherwise buying the rice and milling it in small standalone mills or in their own houses, which was a very cumbersome effort. So then we started introducing rice flours, appam podi, vattapam podi, etc. And we were also a test case for that in the long time. So we were a joint family staying in Thrissur. 4 brothers, grandfather, grandmother, all in the same house, one kitchen. So for days on end, we would try putpudi to see is the granulation correct, is the color correct, is the amylose value correct. So it's been a lot of trial and error process in moving to the non-rice business that we have. Today, 60% of our portfolio is the non-rice category, including masalas, pickles, payasam portfolio, etc. And we try to move forward, providing convenience to the customer wherever possible. So that's been a journey of 65 years.
Okay. OEN India Limited was founded by my grandfather in 1968. We started operations in 1969. My grandfather is no more. It was taken over by my mother, who is still the chairman and managing director. Why my grandfather decided to start relay company or electromechanical component manufacturer, I don't know, but it was a really great vision, I believe. And he started in Molanthruthi, which helped employ all the women around Molanthruthi, because our components are very small, so you need women, the hands of women to assemble. At that point, not anymore. We have gone into automation and we are going into more automation, but it helped all the women in and around Tiruvangulam, Molanthruthi, Vaikam, Pirabam, all those people who had children who are grown up. So then they would come for shift work. And we have, even now, we have about 60% of our employees are women because of the dexterity of the hand. That's the main thing. And women tend to do mundane tasks much better than men do, because men get bored very easily. So, so that's the history of Oyen. So my grandfather used to work for Voltas at many, many years ago. And then he decided that he wanted to start something on his own. But he was a visionary, according to me.
Excellent. It's so good to see that. I'm part of a legacy audit firm which turned 90 last month. So I was just sitting and just adding, doing the math here. All of us put together represent more than 400 years of history for business in Kerala. So I think that's a phenomenal amount of knowledge, expertise that is available within all these entities. And I think it's very, very important that we share that, and that gets more than some of our views on the topic. I thought it's also important that the history of the organizations, the history of the entrepreneurship movement in Kerala itself, that organizations built on values and built on sound governance principles will last, and will pass that test of time. Is the panel here is proof of that. With that, let me go on to my next question now. I think most of the organizations which we represent were formed during a turbulent phase in Kerala. It was a very difficult time in Kerala at that point in time. Things have changed, particularly three of our senior panelists here who have really seen that transition from an economy which was stifled by unions, and from that how it has evolved today. And now we are talking about going global. The topic of this panel itself is about how can our organizations support the ecosystem in moving to a more global platform. So how has it been? Maybe you can start, Johnny Uncle, and tell us. You have seen some of the most difficult times, and from the ecosystem present then to where we are now, and now we are talking about going global. So what would your views be on?
See, I joined business in 1996 end of October. So it's almost 48, 49 years since I've been in business. And from the time that I came into business, 76. Yeah. So you take 4 and put it over here, 49 years. Huh? No. Oh, nice. I said 76. Okay. I said 96. I'm sorry, it's 76. Okay, I just finished my engineering from REC Calicut, and I joined the business in Cochin. Okay, from that, we've gone through a lot of things. We've gone through labor issues, not in our dealership. Our dealership started only in 84. But in our other businesses, spare parts, in 86, we had a long, prolonged strike. At that time, I just come in. But we managed those days. And ever since, we have never looked back. Okay. We have never had those sort of difficult issues. But we've had enough and more taxation issues, facing government problems, all that. And it's come such a long way that today I also represent the Automobile Dealers Association as the president in Kerala. And in the national level, in 16, 17, 16 to 18, I was the national president of the Federation of Automobile Dealers Association. The whole aspect of doing business has changed. And in Kerala today, I can very authentically say that even corruption issues have come down drastically. And the government itself, today's government, is very, very proactive in helping us get through any of those issues. Their aspect, their thought process itself has changed. And today, anything that we go to them, the first thing that we say is ease of doing business. And then you see a whole change of attitude. Okay, so what do you want? Even when I approached the CM for something, this is the automobile dealers, they give us the maximum tax. So please listen to them. That's the attitude. And just 1 or 2 ministries before, I've had the just opposite. They'll take the paper, he'll keep it there. I'm not mentioning who it is, but that is what used to happen. Now that attitude in all aspects has changed, and I think Kerala is probably one of the best places to do business. It's now when we go to other states that we start finding how difficult it is to work with those governments. No association has that strength like we have in Kerala. It's not because we are strong or powerful. It's only because people understand. The government understands what they need to do for people to stay in Kerala. See, we have this feeling that, the maximum number of people, the children migrating from India is in from Kerala. It's not. I think all of you should look through that. It is not Kerala. I'm not mentioning which state it is. Be surprised to know which state it is. But I'm not telling you, you can actually do some research and find out. It's a place where you may think, no, everything is done very well. It's fully industrialized. Everybody has a job. But those are the places where you see most of the youngsters are migrating from.
I'll just take a couple of minutes longer because I just wanted to set the base for what I've seen of Kerala. See, some of the strong features of Kerala have been that our human capital is the strongest possible one in probably the world, in both in terms of literacy, in terms of healthcare, global presence. I mean, you will find Malayali across the world. Like we joke also, we say we find one on the moon, and he'll definitely give you a cup of tea. Our challenge today is just not about creating jobs, but giving skilled jobs, which means that the universities, the education that we give up to school, I find we are doing extremely well. But when it comes to college, everybody is gunning for a better college. Like if you go to Delhi, you cannot get a seat without having a mark above 98%. People with 99% have not been able to get admission in Stevens or LSR. So those type of colleges is what we should be looking out, and those colleges should be able to provide the skill that is required for our global presence. And that is definitely lacking in Kerala right now. The fact that we have all these companies around us and who have a global presence itself shows that Kerala can do wonderfully well across. And that is primarily because of the fact that we in Kerala represent a lot of values of trust, quality, and people-centric growth. So with that in mind, Kerala as a brand is a great thing. I mean, across the country today, anybody from Kerala is accepted for the trust and the values that they profess. The very fact that Muthoot has got 1,300 branches across the country shows that people trust in them for the money also. It's only within Kerala that some of us go in for easy money and get stuck. So there are various other things. Now the our youngsters are also because of the fact that their parents or their peers have been abroad. Our experience with the world is always there. So that keen attitude to go abroad and experience the world and get into that type of a living is also there. So there is a exodus of the youth going towards the rest of the world, but only to learn that Kerala is still a better place to live in. Uh, I think all big companies can create inclusive growth by generating jobs, supporting local supply chains, and uplifting communities. And some of the main places, like I've already mentioned, is in terms of food, in terms of healthcare. Uh, our nurses, our nuns, our doctors, our engineers are famed across the world. And that is primarily because they are well skilled and experienced. So our universities also should now start providing the type of labs and the skills that are able to generate students who are ready for employment, rather than them searching for jobs across the country. So our experience has been that wherever you get an employee in Kerala learns far better and faster than anybody else. and he becomes an entrepreneur faster than a person who is trying to become an entrepreneur on the regular measure. So I can quote a number of cases where employees today are owners of their own businesses, surely because they have understood how to do business.
Hello. Uh, According to me, the most uh, successfully run businesses possible for Kerala is one is health, tourism, and hotels, and tourism only. That's also tourism, and then education. These are the three things that I find future in Kerala because we were traveling in Vancouver 2 years back, and my friend, she fell down and hit her head somewhere and had a huge cut, and blood was coming. So we took her to a hospital there in Vancouver, and I think they paid about a huge amount because it was emergency because blood was flowing. Then they said, "You wait there," and we were waiting there. Then another people, so one by one, people are coming from hall and from old age, sick people and fell down, accidents. They're all sitting in line like that. And we waited there up to 10:30 in the night. We went there at 5 o'clock. And even at 10:30, this patient was not treated, or the doctor also didn't come because there was a long queue. But then if it was in Kerala, within half an hour, it would have finished, whatever you put stitch, and then you can reach home. And my friend said, "You go home to the hotel, we'll wait here." And they waited there. When she got the treatment, it was early morning, 3 o'clock, for just to put two stitches here. So that day I thought, when you're sick, the best place to be is in Kerala, because that fast you can get the treatment. And the doctors are also very, very skilled and talented. So this is the best place for health tourism, according to me. And product manufacturing, I don't think this place is good for manufacturing because of many reasons. One reason is uh, all the Malayali youngsters, they are all highly educated and they don't want to do this production, the engage in production manufacturing. So I don't think Kerala is a place for manufacturing products. Other than that, this is the best place. We have rain, we have good water, and the soil is good. And for everything, this is the best place. But are we using all the good things in Kerala for our to make Kerala the best place? That's a question. But if we all think, even the government and people, everybody think together, this is the best place. Thank you.
Probably a slightly different question for Annie and Rupa. Both of you are third generation. So, what actually brought you into this? Both of you had your stints outside the country. We're talking about migration, people moving from here. You could have stayed on, built careers there. Yeah, you come back here, back to the soil, and share some of your thoughts from. Anything goes.
Sure. So I grew up in Thrissur, right? So I did my schooling in Thrissur, and almost every other day after school, we would end up going to the factory, spending some time there. My mother was heading the R&D department, so we'd be happy guinea pigs to whatever food trials they were doing. So you spend so much time in the factory with the brand that there is a certain association you develop with it, and somehow you also have goals for where you want the brand to go, what you want the business to stand for, etc. But of course, I think my goal was to be a dream employee for my dad, and my dad and my uncle's goals would probably be a dream to build a dream organization that the third generation would want to come back to. Right? So they weren't easy. So we had a family constitution in place which mandated the experience we should get before you become eligible to come back and work in the business. So I was at the London School of Economics to get my finance degree. I worked in Boston Consulting Group for a bit after. Then I felt like the time sort of felt right. Like I had learnings from elsewhere and I was sort of itching to contribute to the brand. And it sort of timed well with the fact that we had an external CEO who was not able to gel well with the goals of the business, and his family didn't want to move to Cochin. So he was on his way out. It looked like they needed more hands on deck. So the timing just aligned. And Kerala's always been home. So, of course, it was a no brainer to come back for us.
Okay. I also did my schooling in Ernakulam. I did my engineering in Coimbatore. And then I went to UK. I was in the UK for 17 years. I did my management accountancy in UK. I worked in the UK for 17 years. All of the 17 years I was there, I worked. And then mom kept saying, you should come back, you should come back. So every time I come for holidays, she will take me to the factory. Even when I was a child, I have been to the factory many times. And also, when I was older, she used to take me and she used to sit me in the meetings. And I would be thinking, I have no idea what's going on. But it was interesting. It was, and I kept telling mom, well, I will come, I will think about it. So then I had to make sure that my son was grown up enough for me to leave him and then come back. So I decided one point, I decided, well, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I should contribute to company my granddad built. So I decided to come back after 17 years with, all the coaching of my mom as well. But yeah, it is really good to come back and be able to contribute to help grow the business. And you see a lot of younger crowd around everywhere you go. You see younger generation people, and it helps gel with them much better. Also, I feel like Kerala has got a lot to offer because we are so skilled, we are highly educated, but a lot of people tend to go abroad. Why, I don't know. There is a lot of things here in Kerala which can, uh, grow, like health, like Shilandi said. It was like, health tourism. Tourism itself is such a good market to be in for Kerala. So such good climate. I don't think we'll get anywhere else. So I think the younger generations should try and stick around and see if there are a lot of opportunities. Even in India, there is a lot of opportunity because India is growing tremendously. So yeah.
Thank you. I have one last question. We have another probably 10 minutes before we wrap up. But before I ask that question, I'll give adequate time in case any of you have an interesting question and you want to ask the panelists. You can go ahead. If not, I'll go ahead with my question. Somebody has a question? Yeah. Somebody has a question? How can you scale up your business with academic tie-ups, collaborations, skill development, R&D, patents, MOUs for internship, industry visits, etc.? Anybody can take that question.
Yeah, the question was, how can you scale up your business with academic tie-ups, collaborations for skill development, R&D, patents, and MOUs for internships, industry visits, FDPs, R&D, etc. The best example for this is the recent tie-up in QSAT, that's Cochin University. They've got three tie-ups, one with Geogit for financial services, Synthite is tied up for R&D on spices, and a third company also has gotten that recently. So I also did mention about this now. A lot of incubation centers are being set up in the campuses now. One of the most important things for skill development is, and we've been mentioning this to KDISC also, is that mentoring. In the previous panel discussion, there was a question about what an engineering student should do, whether she should go for a job or should start her own business. What we are saying is that right from the start, studies, they should get hold of a mentor. It works two way, both mentorship and reverse mentorship. So if you're mentored by an industry specialist and if you idolize that person, then you can follow his path to success. That's probably the best and safest path to do so. And the reverse mentorship is most of us are getting old and we are not too aware of the latest techniques in, let's say, in IT itself, for example, the way AI is going leaps and bounds, how you can sort of train us to be equipped in that. So all these processes can be done when the campus there's an industry academia tie-up. And all the universities are now started doing this. And the best example of this is IIT Madras. So now they're coming up with that, what do you call that? For travel, you have those. No, for travel, you have those pods. Yeah, the travel pods are coming up from there. So soon travel will be something amazing. So this is all happening because of the industry academia tie-up. Yeah, one more thing which I wanted to mention and which they were talking is that there was a recent survey carried out and it's available on YouTube that among the many cities that people had pointed out towards resettling back in India, Cochin has stood as number one, way ahead of Bangalore, Hyderabad, and other cities. Because, like you said, yeah.
I said we may be seeing the end of the good times when people start rushing into Cochin.
ഓക്കെ എൻ്റെ പേര് രാജീവ് കമത്ത് ഞാനൊരു ഇൻഷുറൻസ് പ്രൊഫഷണലാണ് ഐ തിങ്ക് മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ കമ്പനീസ് ഐ ഹവ് കെയിം ഫോർ മൈ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് സെയിൽസ് ആൻഡ് മൈ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ടു യു സർ ടു ഓൾ ദ പാനലിസ്റ്റ് ബേസിക്കലി ദ സീനിയേഴ്സ് so yesterday I was just evening I just seen a video of Sanjaram and he is running through the Oman. He's going through the Oman and Oman is showing a lot of tourism resorts and all these things. My question to you, sir, whether Kerala missed the bus of a great opportunity to become a global place, just like Dubai or Singapore, last 25, 30 years. Because the popular sir is telling we all our employees in these companies are migrating to Dubai. Can we make Kerala as better than Dubai or Singapore?
See, my basically, if you're asking me the question, I would say my thought process is there's no use of crying over spilt milk. Okay, what's gone is gone. I mean, what Dubai could do, and if you look at the Middle East, they hit a gold mine. They hit the oil, and so it's not about the economy itself or the people itself didn't create that economy. The economy was created only because they found oil. Okay, we have not hit something like that. We have people, and we have gone through. Why did people migrate from here? There were no industries, there were no jobs. But they were able to migrate also because of education, which came much before and is still far ahead of any other state. So we all, and today, while everybody talks about, Trump going, everybody, we think of Trump as going nuts. He's gone mad, he's doing something. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. For us, our people can come back. Sheila did not mention IT, but I'm saying IT probably will be one of the best things in Kerala. And for Kerala, there's no distinction between Bangalore or Hyderabad. It's one long street. So anywhere in Kerala, you can settle and start doing IT because we have one of the best worldwide IT, cable connections. There are two or maybe more cable heads coming into Cochin. So IT moving out of Bangalore, moving into Cochin is going to be a big thing. It is, tourism or any of those things. Yes, it is a good industry, but even they have their limits. Okay, people don't keep on coming. I mean, today we have more domestic tourism than external tourism. But people from the north, they just love to come. That will continue. But solid industry which brings in money from abroad is probably IT will be one of the best industries. And we have to adapt. For example, I told you that we are an 86-year-old organization and we've been basically in automobile. Okay. But out of my three children, two children run businesses separate from our business. It has nothing to do with automobile. One, though she operates from Bangalore, she runs an online music school teaching Western music, Carnatic music, and Hindustani music. Okay. And she has basically Indian diaspora, but she has over almost 900 children now in the last 2.5 years, especially in the last 1 year. And she has children from Japan to USA, the United States and Canada. And he has from Norway right down to South Africa. You can do this business from anywhere. My son is doing another business that's in souvenirs and memorabilia, okay, which has nothing to do with automobile. And he's doing it right from Cochin. And he's manufacturing it in Cochin. And today, with equipment like 3D machines, you can have 3D farms. How does it differ whether you're sitting in Bangalore or Cochin? I mean, you have number of 3D machines and you can keep creating the best sort of designs. And he's gone into cultural designs from all over India. If you look at the type of cultural, items that you can create into souvenirs, there is no end to it. So I basically don't think we should think back. We shouldn't think why create another Dubai. No, we will create our own thing, but people must think differently. We must acquire skills. See, we usually say change is the only constant. I'm saying if you need to change, you need something. You know what? We need curiosity. If you're curious and find out, if I keep thinking how we can change. Even today, I'm not young, but I read 5, 6 hours a day. And I think if all of us read or watch the right type of videos, I'm not just saying any reels, not that way, but reels that you're interested in, something that can create, develop our intelligence, make us more wise. There's no dearth of ideas. And today with all this technology, it's totally different. We don't have to sit back and think. Initial days, my children would ask me, why couldn't I enter your business? I said, the moment you enter your business, you'll get bogged down with this whole business. Today, I feel like going and sitting in their office and finding out what they're doing. That's how we can change.
Excellent. I think
see what usually people talk about. First generation they've created something. Second generation, I mean, he's seen the father doing it, so he does something, and then the business team keeps coming down, and by the third generation, it's gone, right? So we blame it on the people or the way they've grown up. Children of rich people, they can't do it. It's not that. The basic reason is the business that the father created or the founder created was a business which was good for that time. But we don't let the children do something else. Come, I created this business, you come and sit here, you have to do this business. That's what happens. So by the time the third generation comes, that business is not relevant anymore. It is so competitive, there's no money in it. So you got to be willing to change. You got to be willing to tell people, don't do this. You go ahead and think about your own thing. They found their own businesses. I didn't tell them you go and do this. Their own interest. So then when you say own interest, one is it's their thought process. Okay. They will be thinking about something that they can do. And second is that they will be passionate about a business which they pick up. And if you're passionate about it, you will go after it. If you're not passionate, and if I or somebody, the parent puts some business on somebody's head, he's not going to do it.
Excellent. I think we are on the wrong end of time. So quick word from all of you. Any quick thought? I'm not going to ask any question because we'll end up sitting here for another 20 minutes. So last words from all of you and we'll wrap up.
One addition to this thing is that one of the best things that happened after COVID was this work from home concept. Now, the Department of Industries in Kerala also has taken the slogan that work from Kerala, work for the world. Now, the fact that our people have already visited the rest of the world, we know what the market is now. If you know your market, you know your consumer, and you can work from anywhere. And today's technology has developed so much that I think sitting at from home, you can easily supply the world. Our thing is that we need to be like John so said that we have to be passionate about whatever we do. Because unless we know the pain of money, the passion for work, things will not work.
Sure. So, as they were speaking about Kerala from the 80s and 90s, which was fraught with challenges, oh, it was interesting to note that I couldn't relate with a lot of it, which is a positive sign that a lot has changed and evolved in Kerala over days and decades. That makes youngsters like me not able to resonate with problems of yesteryears. Yes, we do have our own set of challenges now, but I think we see a lot of green shoots, be it in terms of the skilled people that are available, be it in terms of enabling environment that we see in our businesses, right? So in our export, hope we've not overshot on time, but yeah. Yeah, so in our businesses, we come across, we have to engage a lot with the ports, with the inspection agency, with the spices board, and you see how there's been such a change in attitude where they're also trying to help businesses grow, build the necessary skill set you need, and also have some sort of a market access platform. Also, bodies that help, industrial bodies that help enable the same. So, I think there's definitely green shoots that we're seeing for the world. And yeah, skilling with skills of the future, what are they, is also something we really need to think about when we talk about skilling, because so much is being made redundant or in a face of flux or revolution, that are we really building with the skills for the future? Skilling with the best of technology and dignity are things that will enable it to go forward. Yeah.
Last thoughts. Um, I encourage, students or faculty to encourage students to grow in Kerala while we grow India, because India is growing rapidly and we need to pace up and, go with it.
Thank you. So it's been a wonderful time on behalf of the government of Kerala. Let me thank all the panelists, and on behalf of the panelists, let me thank the government and KDIS for inviting us to this platform. This is a panel which can go on and on and on, but for constraints of time, I think we must call it a close. Back to you.
So
Thank you.
once again, behalf of everyone who is present here, thank you for an amazing session. And now, as a symbol of our profound thanks, we would like to welcome Paige Draper, SVP Customer Production, to come to the dais to present a memento. Kindly requesting Paige Draper. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. As a token of appreciation, we are presenting a memento to all the dignitaries in the dais. Once again, we are sharing our sincere gratitude to all the speakers in the dais. Thank you for the wonderful session. Mom applause. Yeah. So, all right, dignitaries, kindly requesting everyone, please be seated. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to begin our next section. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. We are just about to start our next session. So yes, all right. And now we are just about to start an exciting seminar on the topic, Skills Behind the Blockbuster. And it's an immense pleasure to welcome Paid Draper, SVP Customer Production, former co-founder, Makuda Visual Effects. Kindly requesting Paid Draper to come to the dais to start our next seminar section. Okay, yeah, sure. So we have a little bit time, so please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Once again, welcoming everyone to the Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025.
ഹായ്, നമ്മുടെ ഓണം പരിപാടികളൊക്കെ അടുത്ത് വരികയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു പാട്ട് പാടാമെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. ഓക്കെ. തിത്താം തെയ്തകര തെയ്തക താര തിത്താം തെയ്തകരാ തകതെയ്യത്തിനന്തകരാ തിത്താം തെയ്തകരാ തെയ്തക താരാ തിത്താം തെയ്തകരാ തകതെയ്യത്തിനന്തകരാ ആരെല്ലാം പൂവണുണ്ട് നാളെ മാവേലി പാട്ടുപാടാ ആരെല്ലാം പൂവണുണ്ട് നാളെ പൊന്നോണ കൂത്തു കാണാ ആരെല്ലാം പൂവണുണ്ട് നാളെ മാവേലി പാട്ടുപാടാൻ ആരെല്ലാം പൂവണുണ്ട് നാളെ പൊന്നോണ കൂത്തു കാണാ ആരെല്ലാം തുള്ളിയാൽ
So, ladies and gentlemen, നമുക്ക് ചെറുതായിട്ടൊരു ടെക്നിക്കൽ എറർ ഉണ്ട്. വിത്തിൻ 5 minutes നമ്മുടെ സെമിനാർ അഗെയിൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും. ബിക്കോസ് വി ഓൾ നോ വി ആർ ഇൻ ഹിയർ അറ്റ് സ്കിൽ കേരള ഗ്ലോബൽ സമ്മിറ്റ് 2025. We know it's an absolute honor to stand before the inspiring gather of this skill. And today it's not just an event, it's a moment to experience about the skills, innovation, employment, and entrepreneurship. Today, we are not celebrating or gathering for a seminar, but we are just shaping a future അല്ലേ? ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാം നമ്മുടെ സ്വപ്നങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം ഒരു ചിറക് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ ഐഡിയാസ് എല്ലാം ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനും നമ്മുടെ ആ ഒരു ഇന്നോവേഷൻസും മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളും നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവരിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ ഈ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ ഈ ഒരു ഇവന്റിലൂടെ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും സാധിച്ചു. അപ് ടു മോർണിംഗ് നമ്മളിപ്പോ 4 സെക്ഷൻസ് നമ്മൾ കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അത്രയും സെക്ഷൻസിലൂടെ നമ്മുടെ ഐഡിയാസ് അത്രയും സെഷൻസിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും ഐഡിയാസ് എല്ലാവരും പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി ഒരു ന്യൂ നോളജ് മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും കിട്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് ടുവേർഡ്സ് നമ്മുടെ ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും ഡിഫറെന്റ് പ്ലേസസ് ഡിഫറെന്റ് കൺട്രീസിൽ നിന്ന് എല്ലാവരും ടുഗദർ ആയിട്ട് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്ത ആൾക്കാരാണല്ലേ. ആൻഡ് ഇന്ന് ഈ ഒരു ഇവന്റ് നമ്മൾ പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ വി ഗെറ്റ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് ഒരു ഐഡിയ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകുന്നത്. ആൻഡ് ദി സെമിനാർ ഈസ് മോർ ജസ്റ്റ് an event, it's a moment to connect ideas and everything about this event. ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഈ ഒരു ഇവന്റിലേക്ക് വന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ അവർ എക്സ്പെർട്ട് വി ആർ വാംലി വെൽക്കമിങ് എവരിവൺ. സോ ഐ നീഡ് എ വാം അപ്ലൈസ് പ്ലീസ്. So yes, our next section within few minutes നമുക്ക് start ചെയ്യും. So please be seated and make yourself comfortable. And once again, welcoming everyone for the Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025.
Okay, sure. I'm going to move this chair out of the way because I'm going to fall over in a minute. There you go, that's better. Right, so the first thing we basically did when we discussed about the actual project was something called the BMB, which stands for the British Military Base. In essence, what it was based off was an area which was outside of Pune. Unfortunately, we didn't actually get a chance to film there, so we actually ended up doing it completely digitally, apart from some like small set pieces that we ended up doing. So the first thing we basically made to do is like, based on the story that he kind of gave us a general sort of layout here, this is where he needs to have this presentation. This is where the actual guard's going to be. This is where he's going to get rejected. This is where the jail's going to be. So you're kind of blocking out the actual space. And we go through these kind of like feedback sessions. Okay, this is right. This is wrong. We got this correct. We got this wrong. You need to make this longer, that kind of thing. Do we have audio? Can you just audio up, please? Can you crank the audio? Yeah, no? I don't want to do an impression of Rajmouli. I'll just end up insulting him badly. So basically what he's saying is that this area is okay, this area is all right, this song, the structure on this is okay, the area at the back here we need to basically put for things like the jail. This guy needs to be able to see the military base so he can see his physical target. So we're basically blocking out the entire kind of like structure of where things need to go. And we've also got some diagrams and drawings of what was originally going to happen in the climax. So in the bottom right here, you can see a very kind of crude drawing of trucks being lifted up on balloons. So that was going to happen. So we were going to actually end up with the heroine up in the balloon and one of the guys climbing the rope with the truck on fire as the rope's burning. Thankfully, that didn't come to pass. So we end up with, again, next revision upon revision upon revision. We've got areas in here. We've got a train line in here. Didn't work. Got rid of it. We have an airport area. Again, didn't work. No need for it. So all these kind of structures were just generally based on things like the areas of the story. But again, after collaboration, a lot of these things weren't necessary. So changes based on two factors. Number one, the story, and number two, where it's based, what its realism, where it's actually located, okay? Now, the location was originally based in, like I say, the BNB. This is a rear side shot based on location in Pune. So based on that itself, because we were originally going to be able to shoot there, which, again, like I said, that got changed, it got altered. Going from one, which was overly complicated, too busy, to something a bit more simple, a bit more structured, but also very kind of fundamental to the story. We've got the entranceway here, we had a roundabout, again, that got struck off. We have the procession ground here, the main barracks, the main armory over here, and all the way in the top corner up there was the jail. That, again, too far away. So that, again, changed, altered, and by the time we kind of like get down to the nitty-gritty of it, we can basically start blocking out cameras so that the director's got a wide gamut to choose from to intercut into various different shots if he wants. We did around about 30 of these, and then he cherry-picked which ones he particularly wanted. So all of this is basically built in 3D, designed in Photoshop, built in 3D, back and forth, over around 6 months. This is like a 6-month period of this pre-production. This is before we've even shot a single frame. So how do we do this? What are the skills involved in this? Naturally, 3D modeling. Now, but if you notice, it's quite basic. The model's kind of basic, the distribution's kind of basic, but still, it's just a case of having that knowledge of the artistry of being able to build something basic in 3D, structure it, understand the story, and understand composition. So you got skill sets regarding things like cinematography, lighting, framing, and also animation. Understanding how a camera works, what it can do, what it can't do. So it can't swing on a dime. It's heavy, it's got mass. So your camera work has to kind of emulate that, even when you're doing it in CG. Our models also start getting more refined as well. So we've got the BMB assets, we're doing lighting tests for those. We've got also all the other particular assets as well. So for example, the library buildings, we've got the Barrack buildings, we've got churches, we've got other government buildings, et cetera, tons and tons and tons of these things, all built in before we actually go to the final distribution. This got rejected. And it got rejected basically down to the fact that these gates were open. This got open, and the entire thing needs to be pulled down, and then it got pushed back again. So again, it is a collaborative effort on all of these sorts of creative decisions. And based on obviously the live location, we understand how much depth fogging there was going to be. Now he sent me photographs of, okay, it needs to look like this, it doesn't need to look like that, but I had been to Delhi, thankfully, around about that time, and I shot some photographs to show how much haze there was. So I could prove to him that actually, no, there is actually this much, mate. And he agreed to that. So we ended up with basically this kind of setup. No, you'll have to select it. I can't do that. No, I can't do that. Yeah, you should be able to just, I'll do it later. Okay, so in some cases you tend to have a bit of fun with these things. Now, this looks like just like a boring overhead shot of a bunch of trees, but my family's in there. My mum, my dad, and my daughter. So every artist likes to put a little something of themselves into it. I do it literally because I'm annoying like that. So this is the picture of my mum, my dad, and my daughter from back then. And we basically split out the color channels, red, green, and blue. So the red channel is this one, the green channel is this one, the blue channel is this one. So I used that as what's called a displacement map and a distribution map. So the red distributed one set of displacement and also distributed one set of trees. The green distributed another set of trees, and the blue distributed another set of trees. And that was for the explosion shots and the gunfire ones in the climax. So I can say to my parents, yes, you were in the film. You are a tree, which is always fun. And the reason why I did that was not just for, for giggles and stuff like that, but basically to add a randomness to it. If you do something procedurally on a computer, you scale back, scale back, scale back, you'll always see a continuing pattern, a repeating pattern. So use something random in there, and nothing more random than a photograph. We also worked on the police station. So the police station was a collaboration between obviously the director and ourselves and the visual effects supervisor Srini, but also the art director called Sabu Cyril, who's actually from Kerala. He's actually from Cochin. Made his name very, very well in the set design business. He's worked on thousands of films. I'm maybe exaggerating, but he's very, very well known, very well traveled. You go into his house and literally the entire front wall is national awards. So the guy's like absolutely brilliant. So first thing we do, go down, take an analysis of the space, work out what's going to be there and what it basically needs to look like. Again, reference, local locations. This is actually the actual location that it would need to be based on, and this is again out on the outskirts of Delhi. But what we were dealing with was pretty much arid landscape. It was very, very, very dry, and we had to add these green patches and these ups and downs, and everything else was totally flat. So therefore, we ended up having to recreate the majority of it. So we block the shots, work out the actual structure, and as you can see, when we actually in sort of the raw plates, we're dealing with lots and lots and lots of empty areas that we need to populate up with people. So how do we do that? So two things we need to work out here. Number one is basically what the train's going to be. We already have a reference for that. And we also need to work out where people are going to be, because we need to extend that. We need to basically build a digital crowd. So when we're actually shooting, we're working out where our complexities are and also where we need to populate and add more individuals, whether or not we need to shoot layers or whether or not we need to build digital ones. As usual, we do something what's called a LiDAR, and that's a laser scanner that we place around the space, scan it down to like 2mm accuracy. So we have a rough model of the actual structure down so that we can extend it up, extend it back, or we can use it for what's called match move, which is for tracking. We're also taking lots of references of the set. We're taking photographs of every single thing in as much neutral light as possible. We're also doing people, every single person who is in there that is relevant that we can duplicate, and also key people as well who are involved in the actual show. If we need to have wide shots, we need to be able to see where the guy in red is. Fun fact, in the original, one of the original versions of the film, you saw him again. There was a circle come back for his story. And I was in it. And I got cut. And that was the best decision ever made. So basically, at the end of the film, what happened was that, you know, we have the jail break-in and all that fun stuff. I was the jail keeper. I was the warden of the jail. And he wanted to create a commotion, jump in, do all that lot. And one of the people in the jail was this guy. So you saw him escape at the end. So in the original version that we shot, which didn't work, and rightly so, it didn't work because it slowed the pace down totally, this guy escaped. So that was nice. That was a nice full circle of his story arc. So going back to the station, we're scanning everything, we're modeling everything, we're building assets of balls, so many balls, lots and lots of balls, and structures, and carts, and towers, and police stations, and railings, and everything else. But we need to fill it with people. So how do we kind of understand how people work? So you go to references, you understand, you can't just distribute it evenly. You have to understand what people's psychology is when you're distributing a crowd. Right now, you are sort of breaking that model, because normally what tends to happen when you have a lot of people and something that people want to look at, people tend to come to the front, which you are not. So that breaks my logic completely. But what tends to occur is that you go in groups, you sit together as friends. You got a friend group there, you got a friend group there, you got one over here, you got one over there, you got one there, you got one there. People work in clumps. You can see even here on the wides, you got clumps of people sitting together. But you've also got what's called line of sight. Nobody is here. Notice? Nobody's there. And why are they not there? Because they can't see. So if they can't see, they're not going to stand there. So even there, over this side, we're feathering back, feathering back, feathering back. The only reason why we've got some people behind that area is basically because there's a water stand. So people are collating around that area. So if we use that sort of logic within the police station distribution, originally, we're just feathering back. But then because of the undulation, the ups and downs, we need to basically be able to ensure that they can see what's going there. So they're congregating towards the actual area. We're using horizontal placement for distribution. We're not using ups and downs. We're making sure that they're staying on the topmost surfaces, because there's no point in being in a dip. You can't see anything. People are going to be standing on rocks. They're not going to be falling down otherwise. And we also need to make sure that they don't bump into each other. So your final distribution is going to be something more like that. People collating around the actual fences because they want to, beat up the police officers. And also, but they're not standing on vertical surfaces. So that's what I mean, horizontal collision. They're not going to be standing on the sides. Otherwise, they'll fall off and die. So what we end up with from the actual main shoot itself, we do what's called a look dev. Every single area and order we do, we always make sure we do a look dev to get a sign off. So from the front one, from the main opening camera, and we also do it for every other kind of key angle, front side, back side, left, right, up, down. Every single one, we make sure we do a look dev. Now this is part Photoshop, part 3D, and we're assembling it so the director can get a sign off. This is not a one-time thing. Each one went through around 9 versions to get an approval. A little more rock here, a little more less people here, more smoke, less smoke. Bring this across the left, bring this across right. So many iterations of this and building and development until we've got every single one lock off. We lock that off, then we can start fleshing out the rest of the other shots because then we have continuity. We also do what's called a post-viz. Now, a post-viz is basically taking the live footage and adding in rough 3D over the top of it, just to get an idea for scale, pace, composition, so that we have a clear picture of like, okay, this is the amount that we need. This is the loose distribution that we're going to do. Give us your feedback. So it's going for comment, really. We have some audio here, so I think we can hear it. You up it? Can you increase the volume? I can hear it. I can hear it through here.
The reason I find this couple of things
Can you guys hear
is this. If you can see the laser pointer, is a big empty patch of land here and here. No, this big empty patch of land is the reason. So instead of working on the shot, just take this frame and give me 2-3 options of how we can fill this area. This area with this kind of rock, not too high but long. How this hill is extending, like that. If we can have a rocky hill which is extending like this, again stops here, maybe some here and some here, then probably our eye will go here. And one more thing is still I'm feeling a little bit emptiness in the short. Probably we can add a bunch of people here, like that, so that the empty land is not seen much. Please work on single frame. Work the people in such a way that the movie people will not interact with them. So try doing that. 1, 2, 3, like that. Patches, cover it with people, and cover this empty areas with rock. Now this is the first shot. You need to get it right. Thanks.
Everyone get that? So there are the corrections. So basically we need to fill in these spaces, add in the rocks in the background as per the direction. So this is the level of fidelity that he tends to go through for every single shot. That's the level of like, care that he has on every single frame. So after several months more, we finally end up with the first introduction shot for this. We're using components of the live, components of the CG, fill in those spaces as he requested, so these extra ones come in. But the key goal was for us to actually have as much live close to camera as possible. So we're only utilizing the CG to augment and to push back further back into the actual frame itself. One thing we worked on as well, there was another 2 that we did, and one was basically a key moment of the actual show. One was obviously the police station. We didn't do Tarek's introduction, but what we did do is work with the main space, what we called the T-junction, and that was comprised of 3 primary areas. This was actually shot in a place called Gandhipet, which is in the south side of Hyderabad, and we shot a lot there. So, for example, you've got when Tarek comes on the zip line, you've got that little area there, you've got the T-junction space where Charan does the run through the bulls before he jumps up on the mount. That was shot over on that side. And then when Tarek and Charan link hands, the entire bridge episode, that was shot in that little pool there. So the entire space was done in an area about, I would say, about 6 times the size of this room. That was it. So it's very done on a small scale, but it was obviously extended in post quite considerably. We also do, again, as with the police station and with the BNB, we're doing a lot of reference catching. We're also building models. This was obviously built by the art department, and it gives us a kind of an idea of what we're going to see down different areas, different avenues. When the set build itself, we're also picking up references. We're shooting references actually of the actual live set as well. So when we build our own references, we can basically match it so everything does extend seamlessly. Okay? In some of these areas, in some of these live sets, there's some little fun anecdotes, like for example, the costume designer Rama, who's the director's wife, she's got a costume shot here, for example, or a tailor's. So we thought we'll do the same sort of thing. So I'll come to that in a minute, but we're shooting all these other references, working out where the light's going to be at certain times of day when we're shooting, so we can build like a lighting scenario for it. So all we need to do is to work out, okay, it was shot at 10 o'clock, sun's going to be there. Align it, shoot it, and also render it with the exact same settings. As long as our shaders match, everything will work. We're doing a LiDAR of the space as well. Again, so we're walking this thing around. We're capturing every single corner of the set that we need to digitally extend. Again, that's basically like taking a panorama, but I'm shooting it here, I'm shooting it here, I'm shooting it there, I'm down there, down there. Each scan takes around about 40 minutes. So you're spending like a day building this out. Just like what we did previously with regards to the police station, you take the live footage, take a single frame, we're building out a look dev. This is the idea of what it's going to look like in the end. Get a sign off on that. More people, less people, more crowd, less crowd, more vehicles, less vehicles. This structure needs to be bigger, taller, make this one up, down, left, right. Again, this goes on, this was version 4, which I think was a sign off, which is quite a good one, and that was a version 3, so that actually got signed off quite easily, actually. So based on the photographs that we also shot, we're extending these buildings, giving an idea. This, again, was the second version. They were happy with that. This, however, just the design of the structure that went on the top of the tower, this went to version 9. All right, 9 versions of this, and I think it settled on version 3. In version 3 actually ended up being used, that one. Same deal with regards to the doing the principal look devs with the stills before we actually end up building out the entire thing in 3D. So when it comes to basically building it all in 3D, we're, firstly we're shooting it, we're working with the LiDAR, utilizing the match move information, the track from it. So we can put our LiDAR directly over the actual live, and it should exactly line up. If it lines up, then we just need to extend based upon that itself, and it'll be perfect. We're also shooting additional crowd plates. We've noted on set, again, exactly how many people need to be there. We're working out exactly all the camera positions. We're working out exactly what the framing needs to be, the lensing, so we can go back later on and recreate it and shoot additional crowd plates. All this works only if you're basically shooting and logging down as much information as possible, where every single camera is related to physical items, and also what the lens information is, camera movement, etc., etc., etc. So lots of logging, lots of data, lots of information that one needs to basically acquire. So when we're shooting these plates, we know what we need to extend up to a point before we start working with 3D crowd. The actual layout itself is quite straightforward. We blocked it, and only the areas that we could physically see in camera needed to basically be, we needed the assets to basically be there. So it's quite straightforward, but it did go for like 2 kilometers. It's one of the heaviest assets that we actually ended up utilizing. Same principle as before. We're doing a post-viz, which is basically blocking out so we can see what the composition is going to be. Okay, this building's not working. We need to move it inside. We need to move it up. We need to move it left, etc. So we can see where things are going to be. And then we also know how much more crowd we need to put in digitally if we need to. So the extension layout, again, we're trying to then introduce additional crowd. We're putting in additional vehicles. We're building out the actual models. But as we're doing it, the system is built in such a way as that once it's done, it automatically updates into the master scene, so we can just at any time just dial in and see what it. But again, same with the BMB, we're building our assets, checking, make sure the shaders are working. We've built like several hundred assets with several thousand shader permutations, so therefore we had as much randomness and realism as physically possible within the time that we had. And we also had a bit of a fun with it as well. So we had like George Lucas's cutleries, may the forks be with you. We had Sudeep's pest control with a little eager up there as well. My dad used to be a tax inspector, so we put Russell Draper and Sons Accountancy. We got my daughter's House of Delights, toys games. She was like 2 at the time, so she's been thrown in there as well. Again, you have a bit of fun with these sorts of things. Again, if any of you spotted these in the actual film, I'll give you as much money as I got, but you won't see it. But we know it's there. Even if it's like a blurred pixel, it's there, we know it. So we're also building up every single asset that we need to populate, fire hydrants, post boxes, months and months and months and months of building our assets. So we've got 98 unique buildings, 100 plus unique props, and an infinite number of shader variations within this entire thing. Lots of work going on in this to basically just flesh out the individual shots, just to extend out the street on both sides, or all 3 sides. So one of the key ones that we had, obviously, in the trailer, again, those pillars that were version 3 ended up going in there. We also needed to basically do it from the, not just for the daytime, but we also needed to build in a massive lighting scenario in for the night. This is one of the toughest ones and one of the most render intensive. Doing it during the day, quite straightforward. You got a single point light or single direct light that's going to bounce around. But as soon as you're introducing night, you've got street lights, additional shaders, you've got additional lights that you're having to make it more cinematic to add more light breaks, larger ones going down, so your render times go through the ceiling. But we still need to see that depth. One of the other things that we ended up doing was what we call the intermission fight. Now, this was after all the animals came in and when we started doing the hand-to-hand. And we started quite well, but then we had something called COVID. Anybody remember that? Yeah? No? And everything locked down. So what was originally the idea of we were going to have hundreds of extras running around and fighting and all this other kind of stuff completely went out the window. And we ended up going back to a very, very small, like 20, 30 people maximum. In some cases, we're only dealing with just Sharon and Tarek fighting. That was it. Everybody else and all the other sets had to be basically added in digitally. And the reason for that was there was 6 months to 8 months between us originally shooting and also when we came back after COVID. So the sets were gone. They were destroyed because rain, wind, erosion, whatever. Sets are only designed to last a small amount of time. So a lot of this, again, this was shot before we actually ended up going to COVID. We had some area that we could actually utilize, but this again still needs to be increased, made bigger, stretched out, and made more grandiose. So after COVID, we're going in, we're shooting references that we need to know that we need to extend this out, building the front and the back side to this, then this gets handed off to another studio so that they can add it into the backgrounds for their animal fight scenes. We're also building out a complete digital version of the palace as well, working with these other studios, also sharing assets back and forth. and also populating out the backside for when we've got the fight in the rear when she's hanging or he's hanging off the backside of that balcony. And we're also giving variations on post visits. I'm sorry, my mistake. Let's go back. There we go. So we have different versions of all these ones, like some are longer, further away, some are wider. So we can actually determine, okay, this is going to work for the shot, this is not going to work, fix on one. And I think it was version 3 that we ended up doing. We ended up slightly tighter at the start and then widen up. Again, post-viz cars, people, extensions going in there before we end up going into the final, adding in all the fireworks, all the additional digital people in there, all the digital cars, the crowd, and then you've got the live element in the foreground. So these are the background live and the foreground live was shot on 2 separate locations and 2 separate times, stitching that together. Then we get into the fight. The fight itself mostly was to do with 2 things. One was basically augmenting the punches. So in some cases we were making sure that the fists connect with the face, because they're missing it. You know, they're not hitting each other in real life, obviously. So we're making sure that they kind of connect, and also doing very nice kind of like little firework sequences. So we had this nice kind of balance of fire and water. So Tarak's one, the amount of explosiveness that's going on back there needs to be managed so that matches exactly the amount of volume as what Charon's has got. If the 2 are out of sync in any way, shape, or form, then there'll be obviously issues. So that kind of nice, and that 90% was live. We shot some additional references of fireworks, but principally we got a lovely concept work from the director, who we know who'd spent months working on back and forth of exactly where every single spark needed to be, a specific frame. So we knew we needed to match that exactly. So we're building firework systems into effects work, working with particle dynamics and fluids to get these exactly right as much as possible. Same deal when it comes to actually these 2 guys swirling and hitting each other. The fire cannot be bigger than the water cannot be bigger than the fire. The amount of trail must be equal on both sides. There has to be a balance. So we're exaggerating the fire length, and we're also controlling the water. Otherwise the water would just jet off like a rocket. Well, the last things we did was basically the forest fight. So there were limitations here. Now the limitations were, we didn't really want to do it during the day, we didn't want to do it at night only, because you only limit it down to maybe about 6-7 hours. And also there's a safety aspect as well. We want to be able to control it. We want to basically be able to manage it more efficiently. So therefore, this was shot on floor, or Emoji Film City floor 3. And it also gives the ability to basically be able to move trees around if we needed to for composition. So the entire thing was built out, again, by Sabu, and framed up and then scanned. So we knew where every single tree was. So we could extend the trees, we could build those out, we could extend those, and also build our backgrounds. But we did also shoot some stuff live, actually outside, and that was primarily down to safety. It's not really very safe to blow up stuff inside a studio. Things tend to like burn. So a little bit of a health and safety risk. So that sort of thing was basically done outside. But again, we are actually designing the entire space to travel from these large trees to these smaller trees to these grasslands. So there is basically a breakdown, in essence, the story, which we can show that we've traveled from this location to that location to that location. Again, this was even visible on the wide shots. You'd have to squint to see it, but it was there. We're also doing some other props as well, like, for example, the bike where he grabs and pushes For example, we're also building out all the different types of bikes, sidecars, etc., plus all the arrows, grenades, dynamite, guns, etc., that's going into the actual final fight sequence as well, utilizing the live references, plus the bikes that are utilized for the jumps, for the swing, and also for where some of the guys get hit with them. The foreground was actually executed primarily in live 3D, so therefore we're dealing with like path tracing, etc. And the background is actually done in Unreal. So the entire background was done in Unreal sequence, basically down to time. We literally had 0 time on this, so I think we had about 3 months to do the entire forest episode. So it was very quick. But a lot of fun trying to match that fire exactly right, get the right amount of volume in there, the right amount of luminance, amount of wraparound. This one was an entertaining one. We want to see the shadows get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger when they come out. So you can see the shadows get bigger. The biggest shadows going to that did not make it into the trailer though. We were about 2 days too late with that, unfortunately. And we'd finished at that point. Another studio were having some issues with like this entire fall down, this collapsion portion. So because we'd wrapped a little early, or the film got pushed back for 3 months because of they wanted to, get people back in. There was delays again because of another lockdown. We didn't want to risk it. So the film got pushed back by 3 months. We decided to take this on, and the last bit, which was the collapse of the BMB from its interior. A lot of simulation work, a lot of computational fluid dynamics work, a lot of rigid body work. I think this was 2 weeks. I think we just spent 2 weeks on this. I would have liked 4, just for betterments, but you get 2 weeks, you work with 2 weeks. And the obligatory final photo of like the crew before we actually ended up. I think this was taken just before we started that last destruction sequence, because we went in to showcase something else, and the director went, give them this as well. Oh, good, fine, okay. So we ended up doing that one. And then, so the last one is really kind of this, directly after the release itself. All the Bob Wise digital as well. So that photo was real. We had to augment it. ప్రాణానికి ప్రాణం ఇస్తుందో తీస్తుందో बड़वाग्निकी जड़ीवानकी दोस्ती विधिदातकी एदुरीतकी दोस्ती वेणुजालकी हिमनगनिच्चिन कौगिली दोस्ती Seeing no shallows. That was it. Now, so when did the film come out? When did it come out? 2020, was it? 21, 22? When did it come out? 21? So we started, when was it? 2018. So that's 3 years. That's 3 years worth of work. Solid. Anyone got any questions? Sorry? What, for the entire film? The entire film or the visual effects? Entire film was, I think the official thing was like, I don't know, 350, 400C, I think, something like that. Visual effects, I think, was around 75. Not just for us, but for everyone. I'd have loved to take 75C. That would have been great. But no, it was, I think, spread amongst all the other studios, the guys who did the Tigers, that was MPC, and also the other studios who worked on, all the other episodes, all the little cleanups, the patchworks, and all that kind of stuff. Came to around about 75, I think. 75, 78, I think it was. Anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions? Wow, that's the lowest. I must have talked for a lot. Thank you. Wait for his next one. Wait for Ajmali's next one. I'm not doing it right now anyway, but yeah, I know for a fact, I've spoken to people who are working on it. Just wait for his next one. I'm sure it's going to blow everybody away. All right, thank you.
So, sir, that was an incredible performance. Yes, that presentation was really mean to us. It's a really inspiration to everyone who is being here. The knowledge and the passion you have stayed made us a lasting impact we are feeling. And to express our gratitude, we would like to present a small token of appreciation. And kindly, we will welcome Tom Thomas, the Chief Operator Officer, Kerala Startup Mission. Kindly come forward and present a memento. So kindly requesting, sir, please come to the dais. So I need a warm applause. Come on, everyone. So we are really grateful for your time and being here for an amazing presentation. Thank you so much once again. So once again, thank you, sir, so much for your valuable insights. So, all right, so we are just moving to our last session. We are just moving to an HR meetup. So it's an immense pleasure to welcome all the FICCI members to come to the podium for to start the HR meetup. Kindly requesting all the members in FICCI members. So now we are just leading to our HR meetup. Kindly requesting all the dignitaries to come to the dais to start the HR meetup. Be seated and make yourself comfortable. I say yes, thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moving to our next session, and it's our immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Rajashree Dasgupta, Director, Education and Skill Practice Government and Public Sector. Kindly requesting Mr. Rajashree Dasgupta. Let's give a warm applause. Please be seated, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with all love and respect, I would like to welcome Mr. Thomas Stone, the co-chair FICCI Kerala State Council. It's an immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Thomas John to the podium. Thank you so much, sir. Please be seated. And next, we would like to welcome Mr. Savio Matthew, the head of FICCI Kerala State Council. Kindly requesting to come to the dais. Mr. Savio Matthew, the head of FICCI Kerala State Council. So yes, our distinguished dignitaries here. Please give me a warm applause. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our section is about to begin. Kindly requesting Mr. Thomas John to come to the podium. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome to Mr. Rajashree Dasgupta, Director Education and Skill Practice, Government and Public Sector, KPMG Advisory. Senior officials from KDIC, then my FICCI colleague, Mr. Savio Matthew, Head of FICCI Kerala Chapter, and senior officials from HR departments of industry and trade organizations. We are witnessing the Skill Kerala Global Skill Summit, flagship international event designed to showcase Kerala's bold strides in skill development, educational reforms, and inclusive innovation from today and tomorrow at this place. Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan sir, has inaugurated the summit today. At the inauguration ceremony and various parallel sessions are held today at the venues on the various divergent topics, very useful for enhancing skill requirements and to tap employment opportunities. FICCI is really glad to be associated with KDIC in organizing HR Meet with the senior officials and KIDC officials today, and also the sessions on bridging Kerala's skills gap. We are also doing another session on maritime and logistics sector and the skill and employment opportunities tomorrow. Kerala aims to strengthen global partnership, showcase its best practices, and position itself as a hub for talent and innovation. However, the state faces a high rate of educated unemployment due to a mismatch between education and job market needs, along with a preferred for white-collar jobs over vocational and entrepreneurial paths. This has created a paradox of high literacy but widespread joblessness, while employers struggle to find skilled workers and face high attrition after training them. Recognizing the urgency of bridging India's skill gap, FICCI set up its skill division in 2007, even before the National Skill Development Corporation. It works with the industry, government, academia, and global partners to build sustainable skill development models, improve vocational training, and certify young youth. Through its labor and employment division, the FICCI also adjusts labor policies, industrial relationship, and affirmative action, ensuring inclusive growth and great employability for all. We have an eminent panelist from KPMG, Mr. Rajesh Das Gupta, Director Education and Skilling Practices, Government and Public Sector. He has rich experience in training, skilling, and HR scenario. He will address you on the topic, Bridging Kerala Skills Gaps, a dialogue with HR leaders. Once again, a warm welcome to senior officials from HR departments of industry and trade organization for the session on Bridging Kerala's Skill Gaps, a dialogue with HR leaders, organized by Wiki in association with KIDSC. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for the warm welcome. Um, I know maybe this is the last session for the day, and I'll try to make it as interactive as possible. And there's a reason why it says a dialogue with HR. So a dialogue means it's not going to be a monologue. I'll not be the one doing the only talking. I'll try and make it as interactive as possible. And for that, I would need all of your help because all of you are from human resources, is what I gather. Um, Now, before we kind of, open up the session, what I'll do is I'll take only 2 slides. I don't have anything more than that. I just have 2 slides. In these 2 slides, I just try and set the context of why skill gap, why it's important for us to do a study on skill gap, why it's important for us to understand what is the kind of skill gap that is happening. Sorry, I didn't have a next slide, please. So if you take a look at these statistics, there is a word that we've known for quite some time now called demographic dividend. Like you would have heard our Honorable Prime Minister making this point in various of his speeches that 35% of the so 65% of the country's population is below the age of 35. Now, when you have such a youth population, it is of course a huge advantage, but it also can be a big disadvantage if you do not have the right skills for these army of youth. Because if you do not, then you would have that problem of leaving them unemployed. So it's very, very important to have them employed and give them the right skills. You also have about 65 of percentage of the population within the working age range of 15 to 59 and 27% of their youth, which is 15 to 34. Also 50% of the jobs are expected to undergo automation by 2030. Now this is a big thing, like we are just facing it. It's not about if, it is about when, and it is happening now. The jobs that are there in the market today will not be there tomorrow, and the kind of jobs that would be there tomorrow, probably today we are not even aware of. So it's very important for us to have that future prediction in some way or the other and start skilling our youth in a certain way and manner so that they become employed. They get employed at the end of their entire academic or training kind of tenure. You also have, so there's a workforce. So there has been a steady increase in workforce, but over the past decade, there has been about 2.5 times of that increase in workforce, that addition to workforce, which is also quite a point to take note of, because our workforce, that pyramid, is also having a bulge in the middle. So that workforce is also growing. Every year, about 2.5 lakhs of people are emerging from the labor force now, compared to about 1.3 lakhs in the decade before, which is quite a big number, sizable number now. Coming to the state of Kerala for the moment, the state's economy grew about 8.4 percentage between 16 to 23, and is anticipated to grow at a even more vibrant rate over the next 5 years. So that is quite promising from a state perspective, state of Kerala perspective. And of course, these days we would have heard of gig economy, which is also massively changing, our kind of workforce and our kind of labor force as a matter of saying. So that gig economy is also playing a huge role. So are we ready for it? Are we planning for it? Is something that we also need to look into. Next slide, please. There are 5 points I just want to make when you come to the state of Kerala, and I'm going to be limiting it to Kerala because that is what we are talking about here. Though there's a demographic dividend, but if you look at the population of Kerala, it is actually aging. The average age of India is about 29 to 30 years, but that in Kerala is about 37 years. We need to be a bit mindful of that. There's a high out migration and brain drain. So there was this something that Kerala has always known, that people have the international migration. Though at some point of time there were a lot of remittances that came back to the country, but of late there's been a trend that has been noticed, that these migrations, which used to happen in the Gulf nations, is now happening probably in other nations, other continents, and the remittances are coming down, which is a concern. We have to probably take a look at that as well. Digital technology and transformation, like this needs no explanation. There's a huge amount of digital intervention that is changing our entire workforce. Jobs are changing so rapidly. The kind of jobs are changing so rapidly. Every given day, there is some kind of a job that is becoming redundant. That is what we need to be careful about. In Kerala, there's a low female workforce participation rate. That's also a concern. Because Kerala has always known to be having a very high literacy when compared to the rest of the states in the country. But when it comes to workforce participation, the national average is about 30% and Kerala is about 20%, 27%. So there's about 3 to 4 percentage points difference that is there. Now, if this is met, this would directly affect the economy of Kerala, the economy of the state, and it would actually help the economy to boost, quite fast than otherwise it would be. And finally, the sector shifts that is there, like the traditional sectors like agriculture and low-end manufacturings are shrinking, and new age technologies like healthcare, tourism, IT, renewables, logistics, and knowledge services are really growing. And skilling probably is not taking place the way it is in these sectors supposed to be. So these are the 5 points that I want to leave you with. Next slide, please. And I want to kind of, throw the house open for any one of you to kind of comment on these, topics or buckets that I've just put up. It's not necessary that you have to stick to this. You can talk about anything else also. But from a workforce or an economy of the state perspective, what is it that we would need to do? What is it that you as HR managers are facing as a problem, are facing as an impediment, or if there's any kind of a trend that you would want to share, then we would be happy to know, understand, discuss, and maybe we'll have some way forwards also noted down. If the mic could be passed around, please. So maybe I'll just take up the first point. What are the most critical skills currently lacking in the workforce? Anybody? Yes, sir. The mic be passed, please.
Sir, my name is Rajiv Kamath. I am in the skilling industry for last 20 years.
Sir.
I'm basically an engineer, so I started my first multimedia training here. But the most critical part is our soft skills.
Correct.
And most of the people are not interested. So I have a CAD center. So my children, my students are actually insisting me to talk in Malayalam for CAD training. Now it is a lot of things are happening. So soft skills, because English language is one of the main thing we require to communicate with the global industry. So that is one critical thing we have to. Then the softness of communication skills, understanding all these skills. That is because most of the customer touch point in retails. So the soft skills are very important. I don't think any of these institutes or any of this syllabus it is happening. It is the most critical skill required for any workforce or entrepreneur or any person. The soft skills.
Right. I think, sir, just to add the point that you've made, and very important point at the onset, I think somewhere this realization has also come within our, NSQ of ways of looking at things, because there's this qualification framework now that is there. Every, uh, 100 hours course or every 300 hours course right now has a mandate that a certain percentage of hours has to have uh, not only communication but what they're calling as life skills incorporated. But I go with you, sir. It's very, very important. Like somebody said in another session I heard, technical skills are there, but without the right kind of communication skills, a person even having that technicalities of whatever is required will not be able to thrive in today's day and age. So, point absolutely taken. Any other point? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Sindhu. I run a corporate training and development company. I
Sure.
do visit Kerala and I provide trainings for a lot of companies here. One of the differentiating factor that I find in Kerala is the beauty of the state is many companies offer a comfort zone for employees. So many of the companies that we work with, when we interview the candidates, they say we're very happy with the organization. The company treats us like family. The attrition rates are low, and many of these are legacy companies. Okay, so that's an advantage. But at the same time, what we're also seeing from the management is because people are very comfortable, it's a beautiful state. Sometimes when we need to become aggressive, you need to move out of your comfort zone. I want to add on to what Mr. Rajiv said. When we talk about soft skills, it's also about can I face uncertainty? Can I face aggression by being assertive? And can I take ownership? I think it's also got to do with the culture because Kerala as a state is very accepting. You don't generally send people out of the company because of non-performance. Or employees are treated like family, which is beautiful. How can we now equip the same employees to take more ownership, think global, act local, and work out of their comfort zones? So three areas: work out of your comfort zones, take more ownership, think global, act local. These are the three skills I
Sure,
believe.
absolutely. Ma'am, you're from corporate trading, you said, right?
Yes.
Do you get such, queries from corporates wherein they invite you more than what used to happen before and ask you and request you to take on communication skills for their corporate, for their employees, or any kind of a specialized skill that you feel that is kind of doing the rounds or becoming very prevalent these days?
Absolutely. Communication skills is a requirement. We keep getting it every month. But the second growing requirement that I'm talking about more is about taking ownership. I find that in the last couple of years, we have a lot of companies, especially asking us to train from middle to senior management about how can I go beyond comfort zone and how can I work beyond the job role that has been assigned to me. So these two are our recurring requirements when it comes to middle to senior management.
Excellent. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Um, does anyone have a point about emerging skills? Like I said, skills are very rapidly changing with day and age, with technology, and with a lot of advent. So, is there any kind of study that you think as HR managers, your own industries or your own corporates or companies would be doing or would be investing in trying to find out what is the future of work? I'm sure there would be a diverse, representation of sectors over here. Is there any kind of a investment that is done in terms of trying to find out whether, let's say, I'm just making it up, taking an example. If you are from the BFSI sector, banking is also, with technology, it's changing. A bank manager today the kind of tasks that he is doing or she is doing would be completely different in the next, not even 5, and probably in the next 2 to 3 years, or for that matter, even sooner. So, is there any kind of an investment that is happening by your own companies to try and understand what kind of competencies, and competency is the key word that I'm talking of over here, what kind of competency change that is being required for a position called, let's say, a bank manager or a branch manager, right? So, is there any kind of a thought that anybody of you would have had? It can be any sector. It doesn't need to be banking. It can be any sector that you belong to. Is there any kind of a thought that is happening over there? Anybody? Maybe you can just raise your hand.
Yes.
I have a gentleman. Yes, sir. Please.
Um, Now at this summit, while we look forward to learn from um, the experience and knowledge of others, we are also proposing a slightly different approach to skilling and employment.
So,
now normally for different streams of knowledge, okay, you have a bouquet, different bouquets of skilling that is possible. Either the skilling agency proposes or the student chooses what to, how, in what to get skilled. And then once it's skilled, she or he may or may not get job, depending on the job market situation and so on. Now our approach that we are proposing is slightly different in the sense we are asking 50, your members, the employers, anyway you need to have, you have job opportunities every year, you need to hire someone. All right. You specify the job roles. You will ensure the student in one college or other, IT or poly, is skilled specifically customized to your job requirement. You cannot have a better deal. While a student is studying, the student undergoes customized training for your job role with no commitment from you that you'll hire. No. But a gentleman's understanding, you'll give a fair chance. And we are also offering you an opportunity to be a commenter. While the student in the present academic year undergoes training for your job, well, you can interact with the student online and so on, so that you know the student and you can decide through not just one 15 minutes interview, but you can really assess, make an assessment of the student and make a choice, selection. So this is the distinctive feature of the suggestion that we are making in this. In fact, in our main source of job opportunities are going to come from entrepreneurial alumni from Kerala, alumni who are in the HR positions, various countries abroad and how. So we'll be sourcing job opportunities from them. But also we would like to handhold with the industrial organizations, FICCI, CIA, and so on. So if any member wants to accept our approach, well, then there is a choice. How do you think? What is your assessment of the success of this new approach?
Right, sir. I think you've made a very important point there, and I kind of agree with you that there needs to be a all-round participation of all the stakeholders. Unless until everybody is coming together, I don't think that kind of gap can be bridged. But the point, sir, what probably is resonating is it like because there are HR people present here, I really wanted to understand that. Let's say the recruitments that are happening, you all would be recruiting from various sources, and maybe some of you would be doing a lot of campus recruitments also. Is it so that while you have recruited a certain person, have you seen in your own organization or in your corporate that there are these freshers who are coming from right of college, who are getting into your organization, in your institution, in your in their regular jobs, but suddenly you feel that maybe that hire that you have made would still need to undergo a lot of training, even maybe at the basic levels also. Is that has this been a trend of late where you feel that trainings that or the learnings that the person is having in their own colleges or institutions probably is not being, if I may call, job ready in some way or the other once the person starts working? Has this been a trend that anybody would have seen around? Can the mic be passed over there? I have a person.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rahul and I represent healthcare industry. Yep,
Yes.
we have had a major impact there post-COVID, because a lot of, people, students, particularly from nursing industry, who've been doing online trainings for during the COVID period, and post that, we've been had a major impact with regard to the quality of, resource that we're getting. So it's very essential that, we train them, post-recruiting them, putting them it'll at least take about 6 months for them to actually settle into the actual work. Yes, we have actually faced that issue previously, and it's ongoing too.
So how do you cater to that? Like, do you also invest in a lot of retraining, or what you call the process of making that person go through unlearn and relearn process?
We do have that. So we have a very strong induction program, and we actually put on a bi-weekly in the training program wherein they are thoroughly trained on the actual process that actually happens in a hospital. There are times when they even do not know how to get given injections. So such stages we have had to go ahead with. So our trainings have been very clear, and we've designed trainings in such a way that they get into the department only after having a proper induction, a thorough 3 to 6 month induction in the by the particular nursing educators.
All right. Just staying on to with that healthcare sector example that you have given, if that is really a concern, wherein you're seeing that, you know, um, students who are being recruited, who are fresh out of their learning institutions, are again made to go through trainings, then do you think it's a right assumption for me to make that, probably there's a flaw either in the curriculum or the pedagogical intervention of the training that is happening, and that needs to change? Is that a fair assumption for me to make, sir?
To an extent, the curriculum, probably the quality of training that's got from the educator to the student would have been not right.
Okay. Is there anyone else who would want to, spend a bit more time on this point? Uh, the point that the gentleman makes is that the trainings that are happening are not probably to that expectation levels of the student. Sir.
Yeah, my name is Prashant. I work for Furniture and Fitting Skill Council. And this third point, regional disparity and sectoral insights. Are there regional disparity in skill availability within Kerala? Yes, because we know generally we say there is no medium or large scale manufacturers in Kerala, but there are many manufacturers of furniture manufacturers from Thiruvananthapuram to Kasaragod district. There are many manufacturers of furniture. Unfortunately, the machine operators or the furniture uh, operations, factory operations are running by depending on the migrant workers, where in around 50 plus ITs are having the carpentry trade. Now the name of the trade is a wood technician trade, but the people they are not. I mean, 520, around 550 people are every year passing out from the ITs of Kerala, but they are not employable for the furniture industries as of now. Why? Because the industries are modular industries, and with advanced machines and CNC machines, they are importing advanced machines, advanced technology, and furniture is. But again, unfortunately, more than 50% of our furniture requirements are imported furniture, either from Vietnam, Indonesia, or China. This, even though we have skilled manpower, we have educated people are passing out from the ITs and other educations. It is we can address this vulnerable situation. Maybe the skill gaps to be widened even by 2030. There are furniture to be designed. There are many job roles in designing, furniture designing, interior designing. Interior itself is a big architecture now. I design, build, that is production, installation, and the managing of the factory. So DBIM. There are many job roles and many vacancies are available, even thousands of vacancies are available. We have to address jointly with academia, industry, as well as this government, along with this, it is this initiated, the discussion initiated by this is forum and Dr. Thomas Isaac, sir, also been wanted to have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very interesting point about the furniture sector that you have made. Um, so I think it brings me back to again another point that maybe like the chicken and egg story. Like, who is supposed to do these trainings? Is it something that the industry only has to do, or there's some bit of a role that the government should also play in ensuring that the way those pedagogical interventions are happening, the way the teaching learning mechanisms are happening, that needs to be revived, or that needs to be really looked into or well thought through. So there's a point over here which says government and policy support. Is there any kind of a government or a policy support that any one of you would think is required at this stage, where government in a massive way, in a larger way, needs to overhaul certain systems or make some systemic reforms in order to ensure that at the end of the day, the kid who gets trained is trained for the future, is trained, is made industry ready. Any point over here? Sir, I'll come to you. Maybe he has his hand raised, so I'll just go to him and come to you, sir.
Hello. Hello, my name is Mithun. I work for hotels from hospitality sector. So currently, what we face is uh, the connect between academics and the industry itself. What that is well, those points, those two points are well connected: government policy and education.
Sure.
So what happens now is there are n number of courses in the hospitality sector. There is 1 year course, 2 year course, 3 year course. Then comes the 4 year course. There are different type of 3 year courses. There are so many autonomous colleges. Exam happens different times. People pass out from the college in different times. So there should be some restriction or something which made a kind of policy where things can be put together and make looks easy and make people ready for the industries. I think that happens in all the industries, not only in hospitality sector. Then there is a huge gap between the alignment part, the education and training alignment part. It not only starts from industry wherein people comes and trains. It always starts from the academics. That's the truth. For example, we used to go for recruitments in colleges. So I've been recruiting for 15 years. So what happens is we have 10 vacancy. We interview 30 people. We find in 2010 we will find it hard to take people because everyone was good. Out of 30, there are 28 people good, and we used to get confused. Who is the best 10? And now it's like you interview 30 people, and it's very hard to find 3 to 4 very good people, and most of the so-called 3 to 4 people will be average candidates. So uh, we have to get something, then only we will be able to develop it. So that quality of manpower has diminished in the preliminary stage. That's what I'm trying to say. That really happens from the academics. So some policy support should be there to make it unified, or to get things together and go forward for all the companies as far as skill is concerned. And in every nation, everywhere, there are basic skill trainings which are given at the beginning, I mean, school level itself. So those parts has to be really looked into. So that is the what we call the ABCD of things which we learn, the minimum basic skills. It can be a painting job, can be plumbing job. So how many of us know plumbing? What is the glue called for sticking two pipes together? Anybody in this hall knows? Nobody knows. So basics has to be started from there and connected from academic itself, and government should have stringent rules, regulations, and policies to put things together. That's what I think. Thank you, sir.
I'll just stick to that point you've made because it's got me thinking now a bit. You're from the hospitality sector, you said, right?
Yes.
So I'm just giving you an example. Maybe just try and think through it and correct me if I'm going wrong. So in hospitality sector, let's say you're going to a certain a hotel management institution to recruit for front office agents. Okay, front desk operators is what they are called, I think, in the language. So let's say you said that about 5-10 years back, if you had interviewed 30 people, you found at least 25 or more to be really good, and you struggled to find who's the best out of them. Now you're saying that if you interview 30 people, you actually find only 2 or 3 good, and you are struggling to kind of understand that where are the others? Where are the other good talent? That's an amazing problem to have, actually, and it's quite scary also. But I'm just trying to think through this point that you've made, sir. Is this a Gen Z problem? When I say Gen Z problem, the thing that I'm saying is for a front desk operator, okay, sticking to this job role. For a front desk operator, there are certain things that the person, let's say the same role 10 years back was taught that if you want to be a front desk operator, if you want to be a receptionist or something of that sort, you have to have 10 hours of hard work, long work, wherein out of that 8 hours you have to be standing behind a reception. Okay, that's labor oriented work. You have to be good at some computer skills, which is the operating management system, and you need to know about all these things. So these were the kind of trainings that were given to that person, he or she. Now, this very same person, if that person is told the very same thing, that you know what, this job warrants you to stand behind the reception for 8 hours, and you need to know these computer skills, whichever they may be. Do you think that person who has chat GPT at the fingertips would even be interested? And whether this training at all today is required? Because right outside you saw some robots serving you tea and coffee, right? There are some robots that actually served you some tea and coffee. And there are these front desk reception job roles which are actually changing. You don't find them in hotels abroad, even in India, and very in different hotels. Well, while one may argue that hospitality in India is different, and in hospitality there's a human touch that Indians give. So that's an argument. Keeping that aside, I'm saying maybe is it required for us to even think through whether in the next 5 years that job role by itself would even be there? Because you would have kiosks. That's what happens. You go to a hotel, you punch in your credit card, you get your room key card, and you're checked in. And when you're checking out, you just give it back. That's it. Your reservation is done from before. So is it even required? Is what my question is, sir.
Yeah, Gen Z totally altogether got a negative shade actually. So they are not bad actually, they are good. The thing is, again, I am coming back to academics. We have to we have to learn ourselves how to train Gen Z. Okay.
Agreed.
The kind of training which we give to a 1990 person and 2000 person is different. So we have to learn ourselves how to train Gen Z people and what are their requirements. They will work. They are hard workers, no doubt about that. So that is where again I'm coming back to my point. That has to be started from academic itself, not from the company. I mean, obviously we take them as freshers. We used to train them, and our trainings has to be designed like that, and academics training has to be designed like that. Then it will go well. Sir.
Right. Thank you. I think, ma'am, you had a point to make. If you can kindly pass on.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Minnie from Kochi Metro. So I have had almost about 3 decades of experience in the industry. And what I find here is that while the technical inputs from colleges, academics, they are there, they're always been there. But in this aspect where we are talking about government and policy support, there I would say there should be a change in the education policy there should be more emphasis on the behavioral aspect right from the time they are teenagers. What I find different in the youth today is they have a limitations because of the changing of times, the technology, the interpersonal skills, the more focus. They will be either interested in the performing arts or they'll be interested in the AI and its uses. But what about the other skills? What about their resilience? What about their attitudinal things that they do not want to go out of? Maybe either they want to go abroad or they want to go just next to their home. So they are not looking at for jobs in an active way because they have these limitations in their mind that they should be around in Kerala only. They should not be stretching too much. I find that they are either abroad or here. As you are saying that somebody said a lot of ITI people are there, diploma people are there. Of course, Kerala will not have that many jobs, but there will be so many jobs in the next states that they are not keen on. And you find people having a diploma with very good CGPA, but they'll be involved in all sorts of different activities. They want to earn, they want to earn fast, but they're not pursuing on that. Maybe there is something which colleges education should start giving them inputs about how to be adjusting, how to look for a different kind of skills, maybe more resilience, more adjusting, and looking for jobs not in the backyard of their homes or their tarwad. I think we should focus on that aspect. So there may be some changing in the policies and building the curriculum in a way that we prepare for anything. That may probably help.
Right, ma'am. I think very interesting point you've made. The role of a teacher is also changing, right? The way a teacher would function at least 30, 40 years back, probably if the person functions in the same way, then that person's cannot probably be able to be a good teacher, because today a teacher is actually Google or maybe a chat GPT or any kind of an AI platform, because students learn there. You don't need a teacher for a student to learn anymore, right? So that's why the role of a teacher is also changing. The aspirations are changing. 50 years back, 60 years back, um, there were in our villages, there were two positions which were very, very well respected and looked up to. One was a postmaster and the other one was a teacher. Okay, people aspired to be. Today, who aspires to be a postmaster? That entire thing is gone, right? And also teachers, there are people, again, it's an argument that people make that teachers are ones these days, today's teachers are the ones who do not find a job anywhere, they become teachers, which is also a very, very sad state of affairs. But that's what, the aspirations are also changing, the way people function are also changing. So I think there needs to be a relook at the way government is also playing with all these kind of points or stakeholders around. So that's a good point made, ma'am. I really appreciate that. Yes, please.
Good evening. So I represent Agape. So I'm Harish, Senior Manager in Learning and Development. We are running a program called Agape Gurukul. So in the education and training alignment, you mentioned that would you be open to collaborating with academic institutions to co-design skill development programs? Actually, we are running this program because a few years back, we have gone through the placement to campuses. So we have seen a huge academy readiness. So what we have decided to go with a curated training program, because we represent in vitro IVD segment. So for that IVD segment, there is a lot of huge industry gap from the academia, because the students, those who are completing our targeted students are from MLT and biomedical engineering, BTech, and as well as from the bioscience, bio area. So these students, those who have, they have a very good academic background and they have a very good marks also, but they are not ready with the industry readiness, because we are investing a lot of to the training program and they are not ready to get that much of exposure from the campus. So what we did was we curated training program along with the industry experts, as well as that is from our side, and we have collaborated with one education institutions in Cochin itself, and then we curated training program for them. The training program is for 6 months. So for the 6 months training program, the students have to undergo 720 hours, and then out of that, 3 months training program is entirely dedicated to the classroom training as well as the laboratory practices, and the remaining 3 months is for the industry training. So right now we are the end of the third batch. Every batch we are rolling out 30 students. So for that, once they completed this training program, they are highly skilled enough to meet the industry requirements, and we can proudly say that the students, those who have gone through this training program, they have shown exceptional results from maybe experienced persons from the industry, maybe 2 to 3 years of experience persons from the industry. We are compared to that person. This person's learning curve has been drastically dropped down, and they are quickly into that particular track. So I think this is one of our successful model which we can say you. But what we are challenging is the mobilization of students, and students those who are coming to this training program, because there is a small administration cost is there. But if the government can provide any kind of scholarships or any kind of stipends for this attending this training program, this will be very helpful for the students. So from our side, a submission is that if there is any provision to give any kind of stipend or any kind of some monetary support to students, so that the government can support the students, they can easily enroll into this training program, and not into IVD segment, they can easily get placements to the all medical diagnosis segments. So this is the gap we have identified. We have a problem, and we have identified one solutions, and the impact is very exceptional impact. We have gone through that, and now we are running for the fourth batch. So what we expect is from the government is, if government can provide some kind of a monetary support, this can be replicated to all areas, maybe not into medical diagnostics. This can, my former speaker who explained about, he's from the hospitality background. This can be replicated to hospital background also. So this is my submission. If you can provide this kind of any kind of monetary support to this enrolling students, it is a great help for us.
I'll give you an example. Actually, this is a model that happens in the state of West Bengal. I'll give you one example there. Uh, there's a scheme called Utkarsh Bangla. That is a skill development scheme there. So what happens is, there was a problem that was identified, that a lot of students would enroll for their short-term skill development courses, but they would also drop out. And the model was such that the training providers only got their entire money when those students were able to complete the training and also attend their assessment and get certified. If they dropped out, then the training providers kind of lost their money. So what the government did is, the government actually started a kind of an incentive scheme where all the students who were actually coming to for training every day and giving a successful attendance, as in clocking in and clocking out for a 4 hours course on a daily basis, the government started paying them 50 rupees as daily allowances. And it was a DBT, direct benefit transfer. There was no middleman around. And that actually ensured that the dropouts really got curbed, because then the guys felt that they're going for training and they're getting some money also as an incentive. So point very well taken. I think that is something that has worked in other states, so we could probably look at it from in the state also, and we'll definitely pass it on as a message to the government. Yes, sir. I think last three questions I can take, right? Okay, thank you.
To add to the point that our colleague has told,
Right.
I am representing Kerala Academy for Skills Excellence, the state skill development mission of Government of Kerala. Currently, the Government of Kerala has actually decentralized model of skilling has been implemented, where the company can actually submit their proposal to the district skill committee that's been formed in all the districts. There, the companies or the training partners can actually come up with proposals. The link for submitting the proposal is actually available in the case website. You can actually go to the case website, and then you will be able to submit the proposal for the research skill development plan, wherein the government will be actually providing you with the funding support, wherein the issue that you are actually mentioned earlier will be solved. It is actually a win-win situation for both the government, the student, and the training partner or the company itself. That's all.
Right, so thank you so much. I think that's excellent. That is something that is probably that addresses your concern. But sir, my request would be maybe the communication, like you said today, like the communication from cases end needs to be done in a certain way that, probably it is promoted or maybe it is well, made well aware around in the circuit of things. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to this interesting discussion of Gen Z that you brought out in the hospitality industry, because that's something we keep getting every month. When we talk about Gen Z, we're talking about a completely new generation that looks at themselves as adding relevance, value, and experience. So talking to them about training as a one-way delivery doesn't work. We've got 21, 22-year-olds going onto LinkedIn and saying, how am I adding value to the organization? We've got 23-year-olds calling themselves life coaches, right? Everybody is a life coach. Now, when we have to appeal to this generation, what has really worked? I'm going to quote a real world example. What's really worked out is when you give autonomy to industry experts and ask them to design a curriculum for your academia, it really works. One of the leading B schools in South India approached us, and they gave us complete autonomy. They said, your course is 3 credits and you can do whatever you want, but these are the requirements. What really worked in this case is not teaching them, but giving them real world problems and asking them, come and solve it for this company. So what happens is when Gen Z starts becoming the accountability partner, they start learning, they start absorbing by experience rather than just running theory or PowerPoint slides. My humble submission is, if academia and industry can integrate, co-create curriculum where Gen Z students are brought in to solve real world problems, I think it'll be a great learning experience for us as well, considering the amount of information download that they have right now.
Absolutely agree with you, ma'am, because the kind of problem the Gen Z comes up with is are problems probably which were never there 15 years back when I was a fresher, right? So if my boss had given me a work, I would just go ahead and do it. And if there were more than one kind of work given, I would again just go ahead and do it. But today people say I have bandwidth issues. So those are terms that at least I did not hear when I was a fresher. And things like burnout. Okay, I'm not that I'm saying that it's not relevant. Of course it's relevant, but somehow when we were freshers, we never had these issues too, or maybe we weren't even aware. We were oblivious to all these issues being even there. But I hear you, ma'am. I think that is very, very important. It's very important to understand, the kind of things that drives the Gen Zs and maybe customize things in a certain way because they are the future of workforce. Completely with you. So that I'll just come to the last point, which I feel is also very important in terms of how can industries collectively contribute. Of course, at one end, we may say that no, the government also has to do it. But what is it that, if there's something different that the industries can also do in order to collectively contribute to make, the workforce future ready? Is there something that comes to your mind as an innovation point that probably an industry could do in order to ensure that, along with the government, you're able to kind of bring love? Yes, sir.
Hello, myself, Skaria Thomas, Assistant Director for one of the college in Cochin itself. Probably I am the only one from the academic background. So I was actually listening all the feedback from the companies and HR managers. Thanks for all the feedback. I really appreciate. So we, from the college perspective, these are the few things I would like to suggest. The partnership with the professional bodies like FICCI or the CIA or whoever it is, the partnership with the professional body membership as well as the government entities, which is many colleges are lagging, but we are doing it, which is very, it has a lot of result also. Whenever we, like, this is a great program, Skill Kerala, but how many colleges are fully attending? That's a big question. So when we check, maybe because of the Onam holidays, faculty members are on leave, but the number of faculty members or education institutions are really involved in this, it's a question. So encouraging faculty members or the academia coming here, participating is one thing. Next thing, uh, having collaborated, industry academia collaborated training programs like the Agape team said, as we are also cited with the same Agape as well as the KPMG, TCS. So we run many programs, and most of the programs are not costly. There is most of them comes with the free of fund. So suggestion is let the academic institution collaborate with the industries and get things completely free most of the time. At the same time, that will help the industry as well as the education institutions to make the institutions, the students perfectly ready for the upcoming requirements. So that's we are doing, like collaborating with many as much as possible, all the professional body members as well as the government entities, corporate. This will change, this will give a lot of input rather than classroom learning.
Sure. Thank you so much. I think that's an excellent point made. Is there anyone else who would like to add a point here? No. Okay, then that brings me to the close of the session. Thank you so much. I really appreciate for the engaging audience that you all have been. I couldn't thank you more. Thank you so much and have a lovely evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. To continue the section, kindly requesting Mr. Savio Matthew, the head of Wiki, to come forward to the podium.
Good evening. Finally, it is very difficult to be on the last session always. Nevertheless, we had a very informative session with interaction with industry players, government, academicians on the HR initiatives. You must have heard the book by Sanjay Baru on the accidental prime minister. That talks about Dodman Monson, how he became the prime minister. I'm in a similar situation now. Co-chair Thomas John Agab has to leave really, so I'm just stepping in the shoes to summing up from the FICCI side. As already just a few things from the discussion we had. Already the Agape people have mentioned about the courses which they have collaboration with the Rajagiri, that's already mentioned. In fact, Apollo is also doing similar courses, and Iram Group is also doing similar courses with the industry and academy also. That, and there are various institutions which also do some other courses also with. So that's catching up in Kerala. And also mentioned about the startup also. I think there's somewhere so mentioned startup ecosystem also in Kerala. The startup ecosystem has really flourished in the last few years. In fact, I remember I think almost almost 10 years ago when we had taken delegation from FICCI side with the government of Kerala and government of India officials, and we went to the startups ecosystem and Taiwan, and also and our industry secretary was also the at that almost 10 years ago they had established a clear collaboration with industry and startups. Once the startups create a venture that is really worthwhile, the industry takes it over. Now that system needs to be adopted in Kerala. Also, startup system is very active in Kerala. We have the arts and culture startup team was there in the. We had a session almost 3 months ago at Calicut. Both the art and culture also came in, which AVGC policy also we helped in government to create a policy where there's also collaboration happening. So from the startups point of view, we have a lot of collaboration happening. But look into the scenario where the from the HR side also, we need to have more collaboration between the industry side and government academia. And I really like to thank KDISC and the government of Kerala for taking this decision, organizing this event, fostering skills and transformation Kerala, Skill Kerala Global Summit. In fact, this is an initiative by the government for the first time for interacting all these players that will be really helpful in collaborating more between industry and academia. For the information, the participants we have at the government side also, we have 150 companies already registered for this event today. And some of them already here, some of them was already mentioned because of various reasons. They are here in and out also. And some of the other companies, we already got a positive response from another 100 companies also. This is only first step. We'll be taking this forward with the government for more collaboration, how this can be taken for expression of interest, and MOUs to be taken later stage on the employment skill aspects for the collaboration, and also for taking it further forward for the mutual collaboration both sides on the academic course also. So FICCI will be taking this lead in with KDISC also fine-tuning the aspects. Finally, I'd like to thank our speaker, Jarshid Das Gupta, Director KPMG, partnering for this event. KPMG has been always partnering with the FICCI on various events. Last week also we had an aviation with KPMG people speaking for. Thank you, Rajeshri, for coming all the way from Hyderabad for this event. Thank you. And I also like to thank all the participants, HR heads, and all the officials here on behalf of KDISC and FICCI. Thank you each one all. And with this, we are formally concluding the session. Thank you.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, so this concludes our today's seminar section. On behalf of everyone who is gathering here, thank you so much for your presence. So let's take a moment to upload this incredible work. Thank you so much, everyone. And yes, we also extend a heartfelt welcome to the speakers and the volunteers of everyone who is being part. Thank you so much for the amazing session too. Thank you so much all the dignitaries who has presented here. And yes, our today's sections are over. So ഇനി നാളെ നമ്മുടെ seminar sections നാളെ ആയിരിക്കും തുടങ്ങാൻ പോകുന്നത്. Once again, thank you so much. And this is me, Anita Elizabeth Peters, signing off.